Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment.
Girl, I like a little vanilla in my life, and I might one day be a white dude's wife. That's alright. Yeah, I got a type, so people don't like it, but the swirl is the high.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to tonight's show. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. It's good to see everybody coming in. Um, Tonight, this Saturday, I'm going to be talking about swirl to investment for the win. Okay. In the game of life, I chose to take my swirl to investment for the win. Okay. I want to talk about interracial uh marriages. Okay. Interracial relationships, swirling to the investment. Okay. And what does that mean? Most everybody knows what that means. Um, Swirling, if you're new to my show, we know what swirling is, right? Interracial dating. Okay. Well, on this channel, I promote swirling to investment, taking your interracial relationship to marriage, swirling the right way. And as we look at stats and everything, we're finding out the most successful marriage is Black women, white men. Now, in today's world, marriage, ain't doing so well. And in all communities, across the nation, okay, a lot of marriages don't last. A lot of marriages fail, okay? And I'm not here to tell you that because you swirl to investment that your marriage is going to be great, that it's going to be wonderful, okay? It can be a failure like any other marriage, but statistically, okay, and numbers don't lie. Black women and white men, when they get together, they have the longest lasting marriages, the most successful, okay? And I think that's a beautiful thing. And when we have success, we should promote it. We should uplift it. We should celebrate it. Okay. I'm not here to tear nobody down, but Black women, white men, we are winning. Okay. We've taken that swirl to investment, and, amazing things are happening. But does that mean everybody's going to be a success? Of course not. Okay. And I'm going to show you some slides of people that have been married for a number of years, starting with like 4 years to 40 years. Okay. Interracial couples that you'll recognize. Okay. So when you hear people go in on YouTube or social media and say, see, swirling gone wrong. This is what happens when you do it. They find that one evil guy out there, and they try to paint a picture like, if you get with a white man, it's going to happen. Okay. No. Right. There are evil people in all groups. Okay. We could find any group and find a failure. Okay. But if you look at the numbers, and this is what they don't do, they don't dig into the stats, they don't do the research. They just find one bad situation and run with it. Okay. But anyway, let me show you some couples, because you've seen the ones that don't work, right? The ones that are, ending in divorce or breaking up, and they're like, oh, see, I told you. We're all hearing that garbage, right? Which nobody should be happy when anybody has a failed relationship. Okay, we shouldn't get joy in that. These are human beings. Okay, regardless of their racial dynamics or, you know, whoever the man and woman is, we shouldn't be happy in that failed relationship. You know, we should have compassion for those people. But I'm going to show you some successes in the interracial, the swirl to investment community. Okay, let me just take off some of this stuff here real quick. And these people you'll know, okay, they're celebrities. But we can go into everyday America and see interracial marriages working and, you know, long lasting. Okay, where am I going to start? I'll start here. Now, I added two together on the slide. Okay, right here, you know these couples, right? All right. Okay, let me take my logo down for a minute so I can so you can see the full screen. Okay. All right. Black women, white men, interracial couples. Okay, you know this couple on the left, right? This is Richard and Mildred Loving. Okay. They were married in 1958 until he passed away in 1975. When Richard Loving passed, Mildred Loving, you know, never married again. She, you know, that was her only marriage. Okay. They never broke up. They never ended in a divorce. And this couple, you know, had a big impact on our country and making marriage legal in all 50 states. Okay. And this couple on the right, you know her, she's a famous actress. You know, Wolfrey Woodward. Okay. She's been married to her husband Spencer for 40 years. 40 years of marriage. Okay. They're still married, still going strong. This is a success story. They took their swirl to investment. Okay. They don't do stories on this. Swirling Gone Wrong crowd does not do stories on these people. I guarantee they won't, because they're a success. They're just looking for failures. Okay. All right. Here's another couples. Okay, the couple on the right, you recognize him. That's Dirk Nowitzki of the Dallas Mavericks. He's been married to his black wife for 11 years. Okay, they're still married, still going strong. Okay, on the right, you know who that is? Our newest Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, with her husband. Been married 27 years. Okay, still going strong. This is swirling gone right. This is swirling done the right way. This is swirl to investment. Right? You know these couples, you've seen them. They're famous people. Okay? All right. Now I added me and my wife here, but we've been married 29 years. Right? That's our picture we took in Hawaii while we were on vacation. And then over to the right, you got David Bowie and Iman. Okay, they were married 14 years until he passed away in 2016. Okay, successful interracial marriage. Black women, white men. We're doing it. We're making it happen. All right, Swirling Gone Wrong will not cover these couples on that. They won't cover me and my wife either, because we're a success. You know, they might make fun of us or whatever, but they can't take away our marriage and our success. Okay. All right. Now let me add another slide. Okay. All right. You know these couples, right? On the left, Serena Williams and her husband. Been married 6 years. Okay. They got 2 kids, happy, living their best life. And on the right is Eve and her billionaire husband. Been married 9 years now. They had a baby. His family loves her. They have a good situation, a good marriage. Okay, this is swirl to investment done the right way, right? Okay. Now, the next couple, see if you guys know who this is. All right, this is Donna Summer and her husband. Okay. They were married 32 years until she passed away in 2012, May of 2012. What's ironic about this is the same year she passed on, Whitney Houston passed on, 2012. But she was married to her husband 32 years. Okay. This is swirl to investment done the right way. They're, I mean, all free. Yeah. Woodward name is all free, which, yeah. I hope I pronounced it right. But these are couples that made it work, that swirled to investment. Okay. So when you see the ones that end in failure, you guys know that there's so many more success stories. Don't let that bother you. Okay. Regardless of if all these couples ended in divorce, me and my wife would still have a great marriage and still be happy and live our best life. All right. I don't let that outside interference bother me. You know, some interracial couples will not work. It's just a fact, the life. Okay. But in a world where marriage ain't doing so good, it's nice to see black women, white men coming together and swirling to investment and being successful. Okay. And there's many more I can add. These are just ones I looked up real quick. People that you know, celebrities. Okay. All right. Now I got some funny slides to show you guys. Okay. And then I'll show you a couple videos afterwards. All right, let me see what I'm going to show you first. Let me take down these photo slides real quick. I just want to get everything off my board here so I know which one I want to show first. Okay. Now, ladies, gentlemen, okay, let's talk about percentages. Okay. You've seen these numbers and the stats are even better. Okay. I need to dig in and get some more real-time stats. But look, we're doing it. We're being successful. Let the haters hate. Let them find that one swirling couple that just didn't make it and they could celebrate. But I got so many more that do make it. So whatever. Okay. Okay. All right. Here. All right. Percentage of black women married to white men. In 1980, it was 3% of black women were married to white men. Okay. Now in 2023, it's 12% of black women married to white men. Actually, it's higher than that. That's an estimate, but it's even higher than 12%. So it's quadrupled since 1980. Okay. All right. Now here's a stat here for you. 50% less chance of a divorce than black couples. Okay. So what's it saying? Swirl love is doing better than black love statistically. Okay. Now I know people are going to hate me for bringing up black love, but it is what it is. Look, I'm for love wherever it is. I want all love to be successful, but the truth is the truth. Okay. A black woman, white man have a 50% less chance of a divorce than two black people that are married. Okay. Now, 44% less chance of a divorce than white couples. Okay. That's two white people. Okay. We're much more successful than two black people, two white people. Right. We're leading the way. So I would say swirl. I'm playing the board game of life. I said, you know what? I'll take swirl to investment for the win. And I did. Right? These are true stats. These are stats that come out of Pew Research, that come out of the U.S. Census. Okay, so they can say, oh, well, those are doctored stats, whatever. This is the truth. In fact, it's even better than it looks. Right? So, hey, the shift is happening. Don't forget, oh yeah, 50 years. And then Jerry and her husband, like 40 some years. I didn't put up everybody, guys. There's much more I could put up, success stories. All right, now. Okay, what I want to do. Okay, there's a couple slides you've seen before, but I'm going to show them again because I think they're relevant. Okay, now, swirl to investment. Okay, you want to take the swirl to investment for the win. Okay, now, when you do that, look, there are evil people in all groups, ladies, gentlemen. Okay, there are evil white men out there that will exploit you. Okay, and there are some black women that are evil too. I mean, it's evil in all groups, but statistically, black women are the best choice. Okay, hands down. Right, but ladies, you got to vet, and this is for you, ladies. I'm waiting. You know, we gotta be careful. Have your standards. Okay, don't lighten your standards because you're with a white guy and you think he's just going to be better because he's a white man. That ain't always the case. Okay, you got to be vigilant. Have your standards. Vet. Okay. Now this slide you've seen before, right? 3 types of white men that date black women. You got the dusty donut here, the party guy, the feel-good guy, the lusty dude, the one that, you know, is there to exploit black women. He looks at you as an object. It's all about him. Then you got the fence-riding swirler. He don't know what the heck he wants. Okay? He's not really ready to commit. And that could be early in the relationship. Maybe he's dating different women to see which is the best for him, and that's okay. But, you know, when you get in a relationship, you don't want the fence-riding swirler. Okay? And then last but least, the investor. This guy knows what he wants. He's successful. He sees black women as the prize. He sees black women as a treasure. He loves black women, and he's investing in the black woman for love, loyalty, and legacy. He wants to marry the black woman. He's the investor. Right? All right. Now, let me give you this other slide. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to go into types of dusties. Okay. There are dusties in all racial groups. There are black dusties, white dusties, Chinese dusties. These are men that are beta. They're not real men. They're there trying to exploit black women. Okay. They come in a rainbow of colors. Dust comes in all colors, ladies. Okay. You don't want to avoid the black dusty to get with the white dusty. It just defeats the whole purpose, right? You're trying to open up your options and get a better result. Well, you got to have your guard up. Okay. Let me go to the types of dusties. All right. I kind of added to this a little bit. All right. These are the type of dusties. The beta dumpling king. Okay. We got a picture of Dr. Delusional Umar Johnson. And, you know, people say, well, that's degrading. That's mean. And my apologies to Fat Albert for putting Dr. Delusional beside you. Because Fat Albert was a good man. He loved his friends and wanted to help people out. And, you know, he wanted to sing with his buddies, you know, the Cosby Kids. So, Fat Albert, I do apologize. But Dr. Delusional Umar, okay, he's considered high value. The high value Dusty, the beta dumpling, he really is high value to the sense he's got money, got some fame, but really when it comes to love, legacy, and loyalty, it's just not there. Okay. He's one of these guys that thinks about 5'5", thick in the thighs, and that's it. Okay. Plus his school, I don't know when that'll ever open, but he's not alone in the beta dumpling king. Okay. There are many beta dumpling kings. They just make money. They got wealth and a little fame, but they're still dusty as hell. Okay. I would say Travis Kelce would be a white dusty, the high value. Okay. Just because they got money don't mean they're right, ladies. Okay. All right. And then number 2, the faker Jack Joker. I've talked about this dude, right? All right. He dresses nice. Back in the day when we used money a lot more, he'd have a big wad of money with, a $20 bill on the outside and a bunch of ones on the inside, make you think he's balling. He's really not. He's broke. Projects wealth, style, class, but is broke, a loser, a true deceiver. Okay? He deceives you. He makes you think he's something he's not. Like I said, he might have a nice car, dresses nice, but he got a piece of crap apartment that he lives in. He's a faker. Okay? He's just BSing you, ladies. Okay? And you can see him, the Joker. That's kind of setting. Okay? Now, can the white guy be a faker Jack Joker? Sure can be. Okay. Now, number 3, the dusty white powdered donut dusty. Okay. The white powdered dusty, I did not come up with that. I kind of adopted it, but it's kind of fitting. Okay. Dusty white powdered donut dusty. Okay. A white deceiver that plans to exploit black women for his own gain. Okay. He's dusty. He's a white dude. But he's doing the same thing the black dusties are doing. Deceiving black women for his own gain. Okay? Might dress nice, but he's trouble. Beware of the donut dusties. They can be any economic level. Okay? It's just a white dusty, basically. Right? Be careful for these white dusty donuts out there. Yeah, Pell Dusties. Okay, they're out there, ladies. I gotta hold men in my own group accountable. Okay, because I don't want to see black women used by any man, black, white, or whatever. Ladies, be careful. They're out there. They're lurking. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and remove this one. I got another couple slides I want to show you. Okay. All right. Let's go to the types of white powder donut dusties. And the reason I'm bringing this up, because if you're going to swirl to investment, you better get with the investor. You got to do it right. Okay. You got to watch out for these powdered donut dusties. Okay. You might have escaped the Cocoa Puff dusty to get the white flake dusty. Dust is dust. You don't want it, ladies. All right. All right. White powdered donut dusties, 3 types. All right. Vanilla thuggin. Okay. I call this vanilla thuggin. When white men try to appropriate stereotypical black culture, wearing a do-rag, gold chains, a grill, talking with slang and trying to overdo it. I call that vanilla thugging. It don't mean he's actually a thug. He can be, but he's just trying to play that role. Okay. Some of these guys are black male worshipers, the vanilla thugging guys. Okay. Be careful of these guys, ladies. Now the vanilla thugging dude, he can be actually a nice guy. He might just be messed up in the head and think that he's going to score points with you by vanilla thugging. No, usually black women don't like fake guys, and they want you to be yourself. So vanilla thugging guys, that don't do that. Okay. it really don't work, and it makes you look stupid, and it embarrasses the rest of us white people that are trying to just be ourselves. I'm just saying. All right, number 2, you got the Dusty Dickens Dictator Supreme. All right, this model of Dusty, powder donut Dusty, okay? He's super controlling, believes he is superior, and exploits black women for his own gain. Looks at black women as an object. He will lust after you, but he don't really love you. He's out for his own gain. He does believe he's superior, has a big ego, a lot of pride, okay? And he believes that you should be there for him because he's a white man, okay? He's that Dusty Dickens Dictator Supreme. He believes he's superior. And this guy, he might date black women. A lot of them do, but they believe they're superior because they're white. Kind of like a white nationalist that, lust after black women, but still believes he's superior and believes you should treat him as such. Be careful for this guy. He can be really charismatic. He can be motivating. He starts out slow and smooth. You think he's taking the fight for you ladies. He's got your back. But before you know it, he'll be controlling you. And don't fall for this Dusty, okay? He knows how to work on emotions. He studies black women. He knows. He knows how to exploit you. So be careful. All right, number 3, we got the creepy Dusty, right? The lusty Lester opportunist. All right, this model, we all know about this guy. All right, he's creepy. He lusts after black women. He thinks, but there's no real love there. He's trying to fulfill a fantasy, his lust, trying to fulfill a fetish, looking at your body parts instead of you as a woman, lusts after black women, and has a fetish for black women. Okay, that's the creepy Dusty. Okay, now you see the picture at the bottom, a creepy looking dude, right? Not the lusty Lester opportunist can be an attractive dude. He can look like Brad Pitt, but the mindset, you know what I mean? So be careful of these donut Dusties, okay? He sounds like well, yeah. Okay, but there's many like him, okay? He's not the only one, all right? So beware of these donut Dusties. Okay, ladies, these guys can derail you from being with the investor. These guys are not investors. They're fake. Okay? All right, let me take this off. Okay, now let's take I got some pictures of some vanilla thugging going on, okay? I don't have a video. I was looking for some vanilla thugging, it happening, but I got some photos. These guys, fit that description of the vanilla thug. Okay. Let me pull this up right quick. All right. Vanilla thugging. There it is. All right. Now, one of these guys, a couple of them you'll recognize, right? You got Kip from Napoleon Dynamite. I don't think he's a vanilla thug. He was just playing the part in the movie. But it was kind of funny because there are white men that do this, guys. Right? And you see these pictures. You got these white dudes with cornrows. Okay? They're vanilla thugging. Right? This guy on the left, I don't know what kind of hairdo that is. I don't know. But they're imitating the stereotypical black culture. Okay? And then in the middle, you got a picture of Eminem there wearing a do-rag with his boys. Okay. He's vanilla thugging. But he's famous. He's a millionaire at the top of the rap game. So, they probably appreciate him vanilla thugging because, a lot of these rappers want to ride his coattails. Okay. But he looks silly too. Why do you need a do-rag on? Okay, you could be a rapper and just be yourself, can't you? Or do you have to have the vanilla thugging going on? I don't know. Okay, inquiring minds want to know. And then you got these guys with the sagging pants with their underwear showing. That's totally That's totally ridiculous. Pants were meant to go around your waist, not around your knees or ankles. This is silly. Okay. But there's your example of vanilla thugging at its best, guys. All right. Now, here's my thing. If you want to wear those hairstyles, if you want to throw a do-rag on as a white man, hey, I think it looks silly. Okay. I don't know how it helps white people's hair to have a do-rag. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it does something. Maybe you just like the style and you can do what you want. But it seems kind of weird. It just, I don't know. Yeah. It's like if a black guy got I don't know, a white man's haircut, parted to the side and straightened and all that, and dyed blonde, it would look kind of goofy. You know, I don't know. But anyway, do what you want. But I love black women, but I'm not trying to look black or be a stereo or get into that. I am who I am, and I love who I am, and I love my wife. Be yourself. You're better off. She'll love you better when you are yourself. Okay? And if she doesn't, she wants you to vanilla thug, run, because that's only going to get you in trouble and probably somewhere you don't need to be. Like, unless you're Eminem, well, you can do what you want, but just okay. All right, I got a couple videos to show you guys. All right, and look, I've shown this video before, but I want to show it again. All right, and fair use. Okay. But anyway, I know you've seen this video, but I'm going to show it again. Okay. So it's about black women opening up their options.
There's a new look of love we're seeing more and more these days. From entertainment to red carpets to the Supreme Court.
He's been the best husband, father, and friend I could ever imagine.
Take a look at all of these women. What do they have in common? Black women dating and in many cases marrying white men. 27-year-old Charity Lawson might just be the next high-profile black woman with a white husband. The star of ABC's The Bachelorette is looking for love on season 20 of the dating competition. Only 9 of her 25 suitors are black. She recently sat down with R. Kennedy Rue to discuss finding love across the color line.
I will say, like, I probably did have a type, like, obviously when I was a lot younger, and I think that's just, like, what your environment is, like, that's who you're around. But, like, as I've gotten older, as I've gotten to know myself, it's like, I don't like to say that I have a type because I connect with people for who they are, their personalities, what they exude as a person, their characteristics. Like, that's what stands out to me.
Yeah.
And that doesn't determine based off of your race.
Charity is the 4th black bachelorette. 2 of the 3 before her
Will you marry me?
ended up choosing white men.
They ended up choosing white men. Okay. I don't know about this marriage, gay, or love at first sight look. I think you got to do it naturally, get to know each other. But look, it's happening. More black women, more white men are opening up their options. More Asians are stepping up and opening up their options with black women. I think that's a beautiful thing. Okay. I think black women are the best option. Look, I've been blessed in my life. My wife is amazing. Okay. 29 years of marriage. And I want to take credit and say I'm a great guy, but gosh, I got the best wife in the world. So I mean, you know, and people sometimes say, well, it can't be that good, like it's a fairy tale. No, look, if you choose the right person, you do it the right way, you can be blessed and have a good life. Is it going to be perfect? Of course not. We're flawed as people, no matter who you are. But if you love that person more than your problems, you'll get through it. You'll make it. Okay? They don't call us the power couple for nothing. All right? But you're going to see more of this. Okay? There's going to be a shift. And I said, and you mark my words, guys, there's coming a day where there are going to be more black women married to white men than married to black men. People say I'm crazy, but with the black marriage rates going down and interracial marriages going up, look, 12% of black women married to white men. Look, it's quadrupled since 1980. You can't tell me there ain't something going on here. You can't tell me that Swirl 2 investment is not making an impact. That people are, you can't tell me that you're not winning when you pick Swirl 2 investment. Okay? But you got to do it right. Don't just jump in because, oh, I'm dating a black woman. Here I go. Or he's a white man. Here I go. Vet. Get to know that person. Okay? But you can find love. You can find, someone that can be a blessing to you. Someone you can build a life with. Someone you can have love, loyalty, and legacy. That's what it's about. The 3 L's. Love, loyalty, legacy. Okay? Love brings you together. Loyalty keeps you faithful. Legacy passes on your genetics, your character, your love. That's what we want. We need to quit thinking about ourselves. You say, yeah, you know what? My mother-in-law, before she passed, she used to say that her mother was telling her that in the future, black women, white men are going to get together in big numbers. Okay, it's coming. It's almost like prophecy. People know it's going to happen because black women, white men have always had relationships, even through the worst time in our history. And look, all through history, there's been rich men that have lived double lives. There's some that have posed as black men to be with a black woman. Okay? There are some that had a white wife to please society and a black mistress with 2 families. Now, that ain't right, but it happened. Now it's legal. Well, now it's going to happen even more, and it is. Okay? They say, oh, only 1% of white men are married to black women. Yeah, they say that because there's millions more white men than black women, so the numbers are going to be low. Even if 100% of black women are married to white men, and I figured out is like around 28%. That's if we married every black woman. So our numbers are low regardless. Yeah, Jerry Springer. Yeah, he's pulled a Jerry Springer surprise on us, right? Hey, we love black women. You cannot say white men don't love black women. We do. A lot of us do. Okay? And the shift is happening. Right? It's taking place. It's beautiful. I'm excited about it. I love seeing interracial couples. Look, me and my wife, when we see younger people getting together, they remind us of us, and it's like we're passing the torch. Look, the baby boomers got their foot in the door. Us Gen Xers kicked the door open, and millennials are running through. You can't stop it. It's an avalanche. It's coming. But don't think because the numbers are low that the shift ain't happening. An avalanche starts out with one snowflake and it accumulates. A little leak in a dam will cause a flood sooner or later. That dam will break. Just takes a little pressure, little at a time, little at a time. We ain't going to change the world with just coming in droves reaching out to marry black women. It's going to happen little at a time, little here, little there, and it keeps increasing till before you know it, black women will be married to white men more than black men. Okay? And look, it ain't hard to get there. The marriage rates in the black community is low. It's like 27 to 30%. And that's being generous. It's going down. More white men are opening up their options to black women. Black women want the traditional family. They want a traditional man. They want marriage. And a lot of white men want marriage too. And they're seeing that they're finding a true blessing in black women. Okay?
But black women with white men isn't just the stuff of Hollywood. It's a trend that's growing in real life, too. In 1980, 3% of black women were married to white men. Today, that number is 4 times that, at 12%.
Black women really do love black men.
As a group, black women have been the slowest to dip their toes into the interracial dating pool, one of the most racially loyal when it comes to relationships.
I don't care what nobody say. When a black man loves you,
But now,
Okay, let me say this. When a white man, an investor loves you, you won't feel no other love because we pour our heart and soul into love, into our marriage. Look, as a white man that loves black women, let me tell you, I've given my all to my wife. And you know what? And the love of black women is the greatest love you'll ever feel. It's a love that comes straight from God. So I don't know what this lady's talking about, and she probably don't know either. But black women, white men get to know each other. You'll find out you have a lot in common. And ladies, when you're with a man that truly loves you with his heart and soul, hey, just saying. Okay. But this is a beautiful picture to keep the Sumner and her husband. I didn't put that one up there too. I could have put a slide with her and her husband.
they are diving in.
I think they have a problem when it comes to black women having interracial relationships.
I would argue that when black women are seen as deviating from the upholding the, I want to have like quotes here, like upholding the black family structure, that is received differently than when black men do it.
Historically, interracial dating in the black community meant black men dating white women, black men twice as likely to have a spouse of another race. So much so that it became a cliche. But more and more black women have been facing a dilemma. They're the most educated group in the country and also the most likely to be unpartnered at a staggering 62%. When it comes to their prospective partners, black men are less likely than sisters to have completed high school or received a college degree. So black women are 53% less likely to marry a man with advanced degrees.
Okay, and that's the reason black women need to open up their options. No, and look, listen to me. Ladies, you should never date, marry down. You should never settle for less. And somebody said, oh, you're being like Kevin Samuels. No, I'm the total opposite. If you ever watch Kevin Samuels and his advice, do the opposite and you'll be good. You don't lower your options as a woman. Women should never settle for less. And look, and black men or black women, you outnumber black men by over 2 million. And you're more educated. You're more successful. Okay? Now, statistically, black men make more than black women, but black women are catching up very fast. And black women are the biggest educated group in America. They're the most educated, statistically. And that's not just the most enrolled. They have the most degrees, too. So stop it with that mess. Black women, you're doing too many amazing things to settle for less. I'm serious. If the man don't make what you do, Why waste your time? He should either be at your level or higher. Men, the women should be at your level or lower economically. Okay? This is why Black women need to open up their options. I know all of them aren't going to do this. A lot of them won't. But the ones that are willing to, that want to, need to. Okay? Because there's too many Black women that are not married, that are single mothers, and holding out for this dream of Black love that a lot of women are not getting. Okay? Love is love. Okay? Just saying. I mean, you'll find men of different races that will love you with all their heart. You know? And if Black men can open up their options, so can you, ladies. Come on. Fair is fair.
And 1 out of every 6 Black men between 25 and 54 have disappeared from daily life. Incarceration and early deaths, the main drivers behind their absence, leading many Black women to expand their horizons.
Would you date a bus driver? You. Would you date
If he owns the bus.
Okay, now remember this stuff here. She's asking, would you date a bus driver? Now, this woman is an attorney. She's a millionaire. Why on God's earth would she marry a bus driver when she's so successful, beautiful, successful? I'm just saying. To me, that makes no sense. Why do women have to uplift men? Why do women have to pour life into men? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I mean, shouldn't we be pouring life into the women we're with? Shouldn't we be uplifting the women? Shouldn't we be putting our wives on pedestals and making them feel beautiful women that they are? The worst thing you could do to a man is pamper him. The worst thing you could do is tell him he's the best as a little boy, and he grows up in the world and believes he's the best and finds out he's not. That's the worst thing you could do to a human being. Serious. And this crap, would you date a bus driver, is garbage. Hell no, you shouldn't date a bus driver. If he owns the bus company, yes. Let the bus driver marry a woman that's at his economic level, okay? There's someone for everybody. I'm just saying. We do better as men when we're the breadwinners. We do better as men when we put in the hard work. We do better as men when we let women be the prize and the treasure, which they are. God even tells us this. We do much better. But when we try to be the prize and, the beautiful one, it don't work. It just throws everything upside down and messes it up.
If he owns it.
So if you're then looking for a partner who you see as your equal and you're including education and income level in your determination of who's your quote unquote equal, then it makes logical sense. You might also be in spaces and environments that are predominantly white.
For many Black women, it isn't about lack or problems with Black men, but about expanding options.
I don't think it's a Black man, white man. I think just people overall need to treat people how they want to be treated.
Full of love themselves, they didn't.
Interracial marriage has only been legal for 55 years. A Black woman and her white husband breaking that barrier.
I'm gonna build you a house. Right here. Our house.
The 2016 film Loving depicted the story of Mildred and Richard Loving.
In here? What you doing in bed with that woman?
In 1958, the couple was sentenced to a year in prison for marrying each other. They appealed their conviction all the way to the Supreme Court.
You realize this case could alter the Constitution of the United States.
And in June 1967, the court issued a unanimous decision overturning their convictions and making interracial marriage legal. But the history of Black women and white men hasn't always been so loving.
I made a choice, Mama. The same choice you made with Master Wales.
I didn't have no choice.
For centuries, an untold number of...
Okay, let me say something about this, right? Okay, we know the history, right? Slavery and the evil sins. When it comes to interracial dating, just know this. The slave owners are 6 feet under. They no longer walk the earth. Okay, they're gone. Okay, the people that did those evil deeds are gone. The people that went through it are gone. We're in a new time, a new era. Okay, and slavery was a worldwide thing. It wasn't just in America. So we need to look at this as part of a history, but we need to come together as a nation. Okay, and in today's world, Black women and white men are finding true love. Their marriages are the most successful. So wouldn't we embrace that? Can we get through the past with a bright future? Just saying. Because I know some people will use this. Well, look at what the white men did back in the day. Why would you marry him? Why would you be with him? He's evil. He's a slave owner. No, he's not. No white people in America participated in the slave trade. Okay? We're different people. It's a different time and era. Okay? Just saying. But, you know, this is out there. This is the truth. It happened. It was evil. But we got to look in the here and now. And we need to compete as men. Okay?
Enslaved Black women were raped and abused by their white enslavers, who viewed them as property.
God give her to me.
Today, these relationships still have their challenges.
Black folks don't really have a good relationship with boats.
That's very true, or water.
Kind of like Jews with trains, right?
Bingo.
Are you trying to compare the Holocaust to slavery?
Dr. Vanessa Gonlin is an assistant professor at the University of Georgia who did a study on Black women who date white men and the challenges they face.
It's a very uncomfortable conversation.
You ever figure out what happened with the potatoes and the ETA on this?
I'm trying.
Most of the judgment comes from Black men and white women. So one of my interviewees said she was literally walking down the street with her white male partner, and a Black man called out her come back home system. And it stood out to me because, first of all, it's an example of a Black man saying, like, I'm not happy with this dynamic, but it's deeper than that because he's saying come back home as if she's lost her way, as if she's disconnected from her community, as if, like, she is further distanced from Blackness. And then when it was white women who showed discontent, usually it would be white women who were the mothers or the ex-wives or ex-girlfriends of the white male partner. So someone much closer to the relationship, which then meant that they had a different amount of power. So for example, there's one Black woman whose white male partner had a white ex-wife, and she said, you cannot see our kids anymore if you continue dating that N-word.
Despite the challenges, for an increasing number of Black women, following their heart is still the best option.
I mean, obviously it's 2023, so
Right.
We have just, I can't even say like get over it, but it's like that's really what it is. It's like get over it. This is where we are at. And all I can wish and pray is that, like, hopefully at some point in their lives, like, their eyes are open to what really is love.
What's your advice to other Black women about exploring their options?
Yeah, my advice is just truly stay open. I think the most important point is truly just knowing yourself, knowing what you want. Love, at the end of the day, love is love.
All right. Nice video there. That's why I had to show it again. Look, and we need to know, we need to understand the situation. Okay. All right. This is our home. This is our country, ladies. You know, and this thing about Black men feeling a certain way or white women and other people, look, that time is ending. Okay. We need to get out of that segregated mindset. Like we got to be with people that look like us because they look like us. That is the dumbest thing ever. We go with the best option. Who's going, as a man, we should pick a woman who's going to be the best wife and best mother to our children. That's what I did. Okay. It just so happened to be a black woman is the best choice. Okay. And that's okay. That's wonderful. That's great. At the end of the day, we're just people. Okay. And we need to get out of that us against them type crap. Okay. If a man's with a woman and that's their business. I don't know why anybody should feel a certain way because she looks like you. That's dumb. Okay. But look, and we really look in the world as we're in our communities where we live. Are black people and white people so different? Besides the way they look. I know we look different, but really, are we that different? I mean, we see each other at work, in the stores, in church, in the corporate world. I mean, one guy said one time on one of my lives, he says, well, if white men are going for black women, I don't see them running to the hood to pick up a black woman. Well, of course not. Why would we do that? There are black women in every neighborhood. There are black women in the suburb. You could find one. Look, why would we go to a rough neighborhood that we're unfamiliar with? And I'm just saying that kind of statement's dumb. But I had somebody tell me that, and I said, of course not. I didn't go running around the hood looking for my wife. I found her where I live. Didn't need to go. No, we're not. But I'm just saying. And look, you want to open up your options, you got to be where the option is. Ladies, especially when it comes to black women and white men, we got to know you're interested. Okay? Look, interracial dating, it's happening more. Okay? But it's still not a norm. It's still not what people think about. There are black women and white men running around not even thinking about dating each other. But they would if they had that connection. For me, I'm kind of a outlier in a way. I grew up loving black women. That's who I wanted to be with. That's exclusively I wanted to be with black women. Okay? People think I'm weird and something's wrong with me. No, it's not. That's just where my heart is. But most white men, they date black women later on when they meet them and have a connection. They're not out searching for black women. Just like black women ain't really searching for white men. There's some that do, but usually we come together because we develop a friendship and find out, hey, wow, we got the same thing in common. You'd be amazed how many people will date interracially. You'd be amazed how many white men and Asian men are willing to date black women. They just don't think they have a chance because of the black women that made it perfectly, that made a statement that it's only black men for them, just like that woman on the video. Oh, when a black man loves you, it's, well, maybe for her, but that's not every woman. And guys, you need to understand that. Stop listening to one woman that says that she don't speak for the collective. Okay? We're all individuals. We're all human beings. Okay. I'm going to drop the link, but I got another video I want to show you guys. Okay? And this is a nice video. Okay. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Gerber family, interracial couple. you know, both good-looking people, very attractive, man and woman. They're interracial. Their videos are cute. They got like 800,000 followers, you know, real famous. They have this one video, okay? And this, I want to use this video to make a point, okay? Now, I've talked about Swirl to investment, but I got to warn you, ladies and gentlemen, you got to vet. You got to know who you're with, okay? You got to get to know each other. There's creepy people in every group. There's evil in every group, okay? Now, the numbers, you know, statistically, black women, white men are better off together statistically. But that don't mean because you're with that white man or black woman that it's good to go. You got to get to know each other. Okay? Always vet. Always have your standards. Okay? I follow the Gerber family, love them. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like them too. But I got to show you this video. And look, when you get in the relationship, you got to vet. You got to have your standards. Okay? And even if your vetting seems like he's the guy, still have your standards, because people do lie. Okay? Some people are so good at manipulating, they'll have you believe they're great. Okay? Now, when you're in that marriage, that relationship, look, us as guys, we need to understand. Okay? And I've heard a lot of women say this, and this is true. You know, when we're married, and in today's world, a lot of couples, both the man and woman, work, okay? You know, and a lot of times the woman gets the task of taking care of the kids. Well, she's the mom, that's what she does. But listen, us as men, we got to do our part too, because she gets worn out. She's human. She gets tired. Maybe once in a while you wake up with the baby, okay? Help out. When my wife, you know, when our kids were little, my wife stayed home and I worked, but I still would help her out. On my days off, I would let her sleep in. I would take the kids. We go do stuff. You know, I'd let her get rest. I'd let her watch TV, let her have her own personal time so she can recover and she feels good because she knows that it's not just her job and she's left alone. Okay? When you're in a marriage, it's a team effort. Okay? Yeah, the woman's with the kids more. I get it, but we still got to give them a break. We still got to understand that that's hard work. You know, and just like your job, guys, you know, you always look forward to that day off because you work hard through the week. You have something to look forward to. She needs that too. She needs a day where she can get some rest and have her own time. You know, and sometimes we overlook this as men because our wives do such a good job taking care of the kids that we lose track of that. We need to be careful. Listen to your wife. If she says, I'm tired, I'm wore out, wow, these kids, give her a break. Say, you know what? I got this. Just saying. In fact, I do that for my wife, even though our kids are grown up. You know, she cooks because she's a better cook. But sometimes I come home and I'll either bring some food home to eat, I'll buy dinner, take her out to dinner, or sometimes I'll cook. You know, I do my best cooking in the backyard. I'll barbecue some food, or, you know, I'll to where she can take a break and don't have to put together a meal. I'm just saying. But anyway, this is where I got this video, and I want to show you this, guys. And this is such a nice gesture, but we need to do this as men, okay? For our wives. We do. All right? Let me add this.
And tonight is the...
Okay. Now, his wife has a show she likes to watch, and he's going to surprise her, okay? I'm going to
My wife only watches one show, and tonight is the season finale. But our son's bedtime routine starts at the same time as that finale. So my wife thinks she's not going to be able to watch it tonight. Little does she know, I'm giving her a big surprise. Because if I'm being honest with myself, I don't date my wife often enough. And so I feel like this is the perfect time to do a loving gesture. What are you doing? It's bath time.
I know, we're doing dinosaur noises.
I'm going to take care of bath time. I got a surprise for you. Come on. Go watch your show.
Oh my god, you're so sweet. Bye!
Okay, and see, that's what it's all about, right? She knows that it's the baby's bedtime. She's got to give him a bath. She does it every day. But look what he did. He made her a tray of snacks, and he knows her favorite show's coming on around the bedtime, where they get their son ready for bed and, get him a bath, put him to bed. And she takes care of that most. But he says, you know what? Go watch your show. Enjoy. Take a break. I got this. How many times do we do this as men? I know a lot of good men that don't really do this often. We need to do this more often. Because look, when women, raising children is tough, right? And when she's with the children, day in and day out, gets up with them, make sure they take a bath, make sure they get to school, make sure they have a lunch, make sure, and when the kids are fighting, because I had 3 toddlers and they, she gets tired. Her body, and having kids, her body goes through changes. It can lead to depression. She can feel sad, a little bit of hopelessness because she's got to take care of the kids all the time. But when you step in and give her a break, she feels good about it. And I did that with my wife. On my day off, we had a routine. I would let her sleep in. I would take care of the kids. We would go and do things. Then and I worked a lot of hours. Then, my kids had time to spend time with dad. We can go do stuff. I would take them fishing. We go, go to the park, go to the zoo, just make up things. And they look forward to that. And then my wife looked forward to it because she could sleep in. She could, take a day where she could lay down, watch TV or shows, do what she wanted. And then later that night, I'd spend time with my wife. But she had a day she could look forward to. It was like a reward. It's like a day off at work. Like, I worked hard all week. I'm off tomorrow. It feels pretty darn good. I've been looking forward to this all week. I have something I can look forward to. But anyway, that's a sweet gesture. It was nice. It was cute. But we need to do this for the women in our lives. Okay? I'm just saying. Don't get so used to she does such a good job you don't even think about it. That's just my advice. That helps out with your marriage too, because she knows you care. She knows But anyway, hey, Shelly, how's it going?
Hey, Brent, how are you?
I'm doing good.
It's good to see you again. Thank you for the video.
Oh yeah, I wanted to show. I showed it before, but I just, we get so many. How can I say this? We get people, our haters, that try to vilify the interracial relationships or even marriages, and marriage in today's world is struggling in all areas. And when we can come together and find someone that we have stuff in common, that we love being with each other, we need to embrace that. And it's beyond, we're not in a segregated world no more. We're trying to put ourselves back in that box, it seems, but really right now it's about finding love, building a family, a marriage. I think And we're finding success with black women, white men. Nobody thought that would happen, and it's happening. But I just wanted to show this in the couples, because all we see, it seems, in social media is when an interracial couple has a failed marriage or they break up, and then the haters get happy and they got to show everybody this. And I'm like, wait a minute. Let's look at it for truly what it is. Let's look at the numbers. Let's show couples that have made it, that are successful. And there's so many more that are successful than the ones that have had failures. But, I just want to put that out there, because a lot of times we show one side and we don't show what's really going on. It's almost like the same thing when they show images of black women doing crazy things and try to put a stereotype. But when we look at reality, black women lead the way in education. They're leading the way in the corporate world. We're finding out black women are the most loyal women on the planet. And we always say they're race loyal, but I think it's love loyal. Who they love is who gets their loyalty. And sometimes it's not the right man that should get it, but that's what I found in black women. And, but I just want to show a part of this, and I want to warn people, because there's good and bad in every group. So when I talk about the donut dusties, it's like, I didn't come up with that, but I've adopted it. But these are the guys you got to look out for, because we know, because of social media, we know what black women are saying. Okay. We know there's some trouble going on in the black community when it comes to marriage, when it comes to single mothers, when it comes to, so there are men that will exploit that for a bad reason, and you got to make sure, I'm just saying, when I promote Swirl to Investment, I want to promote, I want to also tell you about the dangers. I don't want to say, oh, black women, white men get together, you're going to be successful. Maybe, maybe not. But statistically, we do better than other groups. And that's my whole point. But we still got to be strategic. We still got to be careful. But anyway, sorry, I get to talking.
No, it's okay. I appreciate you doing that. And this is why I encourage Black women to set standards, expectation, and boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Because yes, people would try to take advantage, and these are the red flags that they need to look out for. So no, that's absolutely. I think that you do the right thing by showing that, so that Black women are aware and to stay away from these types. So I appreciate you doing that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and really, I need to. I mean, we gotta, because sometimes, and look, I've been guilty of this. Before I married my wife, I was with this woman. I was even living with her, which I was told not to do this. My dad said, son, you don't do that. You're not married to her. But I was young and dumb. But it was a toxic relationship. And it was a Black woman. And I always thought Black women were amazing. So I had good dating experiences. So I thought, oh, this is good. She's a Black woman. She's nice. It's going to be all right. Well, I found out, she was toxic. She had impulse issues. She would actually hit me. I never laid hands on her, but it was a troubled relationship. And it didn't work. But I didn't say, okay, well, Black women are just whatever. I'm going to go to a white woman. And no, I always knew Black women were the best option. But there are troubled Black women in that group. Okay. Most Black women are pretty amazing, but there are some bad, just like white men. There's great white men that'll love you and do but there's evil ones in there too. You gotta see, we gotta just, because we open up our options does not mean we lower our standards, does not mean we assume it's just going to be better. You know, and I want to make that point because I've seen people do that. Black women, white men that will jump in thinking because it's a black woman, because it's a white man, it's going to be wonderful. And sometimes that's not the case. You know, at the end of the day, we're people. You know what I mean? But
I agree.
yeah.
I just wanted to piggyback on one of the video that you were showing about Black women opening up our options, and something that really stood out to me. And you spoke on it too. You know, when the segment of the news report, the lady was talking about, and she was showing the slavery about the white man, black woman dynamic in that. Um, I I really like what you said. Like, you cannot hold white men today that had absolutely nothing to do with slavery, and
Mhm.
just blame them for something that they didn't have a part in. And I think that is something that needed to be said,
Yeah.
because when it's the opposite, I'm talking about black men and white women, that never stops them from dating
Yeah.
white women. The history. The name escapes me. Oh my goodness, with the white woman that had lied and said that the black woman, the black boy oured her and got the town. Oh my, I forgot
Mm.
the name. Oh my gosh. But that does not deter them from still dating white women, because they
Yeah.
don't look at white women as that one white woman. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
judge her on an individual basis. And I also got to say this as well, that I have been watching other content creators today, and I was the one that made the statement when you did the video about the Cheesecake Factory woman. And
Uh-huh.
I was the one in the comment that said that I thought it was a skit. Now it has been
Yeah.
proven that yes, it was actually a skit. Now, whether or not it was a skit, yes, you said that this is a teachable moment, and how, you speak to people, and, so forth like that. Okay. You could use that
Yeah.
as a teachable moment, and how to not treat people. You know what I'm saying? And that's how to
Yeah.
not belittle someone. But I'm going
Yeah.
to say this to a lot of black women, right? This is what irritates me the most, is that black women would take something like this and go, you see, what she did is wrong, because now she's going to ruin our image and blah, blah, blah. This is what I keep
Mhm.
telling to black women. Stop claiming that narrative.
Yeah.
Stop doing that. We are not her, and she is not us. She is not me, and I'm not her. After that video went viral, I still got approached by non-black and black men. That
Mhm.
did not hinder them from approaching me. Now, the next step is to see the motives, right? Like you were just talking about, right? You set standards, expectation, and boundaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. But that did not, she chose to use a non-black man who is also an actor. But a lot of black women was like, she's ruining our chances with non-black men and blah blah blah. We have to stop claiming that narrative. When anything
Mhm.
happens with black men, and a black man do something stupid, and they don't go out and say, he can ruin our chances with non-black women. No, they don't claim that. And I need for black women to stop doing that. Okay? We are not a
Yeah.
monolith. We have
Yeah.
to stop, because what you're speaking that into existence, and we need to cut it out. If a non-black man would not approach you and want to date you because of that video, then he's not for you.
Yeah. Well,
You,
he'd
you,
be.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's
I
it.
I totally get it, and that would be stupid of him. Like, people are people. I mean, I seen this one video. This woman was saying, "Well, I dated a white man, and it ended up like this. I'm going back to the black man." Well, why did you leave in the first place? I'm just saying these are individuals, and that thing of ruining your chances, that has nothing to do with you as a black woman, because she's a black woman. You know,
Exactly.
you're your own person. And what I tried to get out of that video is I tried not to just bash her and say, oh yeah, that's messed up, she's uppity, she's got an attitude. I tried to see it of why would she say, okay, would you take a woman that looks like this to a cheesecake factory? That sounds kind of, but then again, I think about that, and I see black men tearing down black women, saying other men don't want you, or you're this, or are bashing black women, and that can take a toll on someone's self-esteem. So sometimes women will say, well, I deserve to be treated like this, like a queen, and they do deserve that. There's nothing wrong with having standards and wanting to have the man take out all the stops. But you got to be realistic. The first date is not that time. You don't even know each other. And like I said, my first date with my wife, we walked around the park and we sat down and talked. I didn't spend no money on her. That's all we did. We got to know each other. But when I dated her, I did spend a lot of money on her. I took her to nice restaurants. I bought her stuff. I took her shopping. I did all that stuff. But we had developed a relationship, and then I got to that. But, you know, and I know it was a skit, but we can learn from that, because this kind of thing does happen. There are women you might date that don't approve with the restaurant you take her to, that you might think it's a good restaurant. I thought the Cheesecake Factory would be a good first date. Some women would be like, no, it's got, but that's their right to want that. I'm just saying, strategic. You can get that guy that will bring out all the stops and treat you first class, but you got to get there first. But I try to get it to where I look at it from both angles, because it's easy to say.
I agree with you. Yes, and you're right. Yes, it's the way that you speak to someone.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to belittle them, and you made your point great the last video, and I absolutely agree. It's how you treat people, and you have to treat people with respect. You might not agree with what they are doing, and you could respectively decline. She, like you said, she has every right to not want to go to a cheesecake factory, and that's her right. She doesn't have to like it. You know what I'm saying? Just because you like something doesn't mean that I like something. Yeah, but that's all I wanted to say.
You know why I'm up here, Brent.
What's that?
You know why I'm in here, Brent. I told you, I was laughing the whole time. I said, this is.
Yeah.
I told you it was after school special.
I remember that. Yeah. It did look like an after school special.
You know, when they listen, like I said, when they gave a backstory, who in their right mind gives a backstory in the middle of an argument to the person you have the argument with? Get out of here.
Yeah, and then the thing is there wasn't a lot of emotions. It was like, okay, they're just talking. Wouldn't he have his feelings hurt? Say, I'm not going in here. Well, I mean, it just seemed like there'd be a little more. I mean, he could be patient, but he would still he'd feel hurt, wouldn't he? Or maybe she would a little bit. I don't know. I mean,
in all honesty, again, I called it as a skit because we talked about it. Neither one of them were dressed for a 5-star restaurant. So I'm like, yeah, this is not real.
Yeah.
But
and that's another thing, and you know, and somebody said, you know, the way she's conducting herself, she's being real ugly, and I think somebody thought that they said she's ugly. She's not ugly. it just the attitude. I mean the you know how she was talking, because you can be with a supermodel and she can put out very ugly vibes just by how she might talk to you, how she conducts herself. But yeah, I just
Well, here's my question: what is the point of that video? And
I
real
don't
talk, I think that quite frankly, this was a money grab. Let's make it nice and juicy and controversial. Let's give
yeah
a black woman and a white man, and we'll make her uppity because people love to talk about black women, and he'll
yeah
come off to be a hero. And yeah, 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 yeah. But here's the thing, you know,
what yeah and
we
that
gotta challenge ourselves on that one. Like we, come on, man, we have to challenge ourselves. We can't
but you know
believe everything
what
that's out there.
yeah, but you know what, if that was a skit, it was pretty good, because look what it did. It got everybody talking about it, making videos about it. You got black men out there saying, see, now other men knew how black women are. And I'm just like, God, really? I mean, black women that I've been around don't act like that. I've never been on a date where a black woman said, "Oh well, no, you can't take me here." I've never had that happen.
Well, I think you just
Now,
touched upon the real point of the video, and yeah,
yeah,
I'm calling it.
yeah,
All it did was make all the beta kings feel proud.
yeah,
This was definitely aimed at pushing up the black man, you know. And so the woman looked horrible. I mean, the guy didn't look that great either, but
yeah. They
all these
didn't look
people
like
want to go out with him now. It was like, I'll go to the Cheesecake Factory. It's like, you know, and now I'm gonna sound bougie. Y'all flipped out because this guy got rejected for the Cheesecake Factory. Like, this should resonate deeper than what it was actually supposed to do. Like,
yeah.
okay, can we stop being gullible?
Right. You know what? One woman said, I forget who it was. There's a woman doing a reaction. She says, if the attraction there, the food don't matter. It was like and right, that's true, because but you know, if you go on a date, you want to take someone to a nice place. Anytime I've ever went on a date, I always ask the woman, well, what kind of food do you like? Where would you like to eat? I always said that because I didn't want to take her to a place she didn't like.
Exactly. Good manners. You did
Yeah, and it just being respectful. What do you like? What would you like? Where would you like to go? And that puts it at ease, because you know, you don't take her to the Cheesecake Factory and she gets upset, or you know, maybe you take her to eat seafood and she's allergic to it or something like that. I mean, or I mean, there's so many variables. So if you take someone on a date, as a man, you should ask her what kind of food she likes. Get an idea so you make a good impression. You know, you might think, hey, we'll go eat hot wings and watch the game and think that's cool, and she wants to go to a real restaurant. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's kind of all right. I'm gonna say it. That's kind of a blessing for both of them.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where he's at. This is where I'm at. Maybe we'll just be friends, because this ain't it. And I mean, my whole thing is, I think that video was a setup for very dark purposes. Again, it supports the whole narrative of the the bad bougie / ghetto black woman, which kind of hysterical. But again, but it also sets up the whole narrative of, oh, now if you don't want to be mistaken for a girl like her, now you are. Look at that. Look at the sinister part of this. That video encouraged women to what? Dumb down.
Lower their standards.
Lower their standards, because you don't want to be referred to as, are you at the Cheesecake Factory, girl? So now this is an excuse for guys. Think about it. It's a setup, and it's like, let's stop being gullible. Let's stop being gullible. And quite frankly, if a man does turn around and say that to you, thank God and walk away. Do you really want to be with a man like that?
Yeah. Hey, Carolyn, you said my husband would like to come and make a comment. Does he want to come up on the panel and make a comment? Is that what you're saying? I just saw that.
Yeah, it just popped up. Does he want to just click on the link?
Yeah, if he wants to come up on the link, he can. I mean, or does he want to make a comment in the comment section? I mean, it's an open panel. Whoever wants to come up can. All I ask is you just be respectful.
Really quick, if before the guy wants to come up, please.
What happened?
Huh?
No, I just wanted to say, can I say something really quick before the guy comes up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if he is. I'm just saying it. She just made that comment. I didn't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to piggyback on, I don't know the lady, because I'm on my phone and I can't see the name, but the lady that just spoke about.
Oh, I'm Arian the Bostonian.
Okay. Thank you.
There it is.
I'm so.
Shelly Beautiful. There she is. Shelly Beautiful.
Yes. I just wanted to say thank you so much for saying what you said. Because that was the underlying theme of that now. And and Brent brought it up with Ebony Williams about when Mamie Van Zard asked her, would you date a bus driver? For some reason, they always like to police Black women's standards. We are always expected to lower our standards no matter what. And what you hit the nail on the head. Thank you so much for saying that, because now it's saying that now when you meet a Black woman now, she's not supposed to have standards on where she wants to go, where she wants to eat, and that it was supposed to lower that. And that was the underlying theme. And I want Black women to not fall for that. Okay?
Yeah.
If you don't like something, like Brett said, you ask the woman what she likes to eat or whatever, okay, before you go out. You don't want to be taking out a vegan to a steak restaurant. That's stupid. You have to know what the date likes, okay?
Well, that could be very entertaining.
Say again?
I said that could be very entertaining.
Right, you know what I'm saying? But no, you don't lower your standard, and that's what they it's always to police Black women. But it's only Black women. I noticed that other races of women it's expected to lower their standards. And I want for so many Black women, because I was on the podcast really quick, and I had so many Black women that was saying, I knew it was a skit. And I was, that's not what the responses showed. A lot of Black women were bashing her looks, was like, what's wrong with the Cheesecake Factory? And I would have went to a Burger Shack and stuff like that. Like, no, Black women, I need for you to stop doing that. Stop falling for the okie doke. Never lower your standards. Never.
That's a good point. And that's the thing. And how you were talking about policing the standards, that's, oh my God, it's crazy. You know, with the bus driver, would you date a bus driver? Tyler Perry's comment, well, as long as he's paying the light bill and trying, it's like, okay, why does the Black woman have to do all this and provide all this, but the man can just do whatever? No,
she's here.
Okay, no, she popped up for a minute. Okay, go ahead, Bostonian.
I'll tell you why. The whole economy, the Black economy, is built on the back of the Black woman. If the Black woman does not need the Black man, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
Yeah.
If she's the one getting the education, which we all know this is not me being a puffed up Black chick.
Yes.
The truth is, we all know the stats are in. Black women are going to college in droves. We're seeing, you've said it many times before. We're seeing Black women in government. We're seeing Black women all over the place going to the elite levels. And we are seeing them marrying across the board, including, yes, a millionaire here, a billionaire there.
Yeah.
If you and so if you're the black man and you're not used to it, and I'll be honest, there are some because they haven't been truly encouraged to broaden their horizons, to grow up and to chase education. If they succumb to the pressure of trying to be cool as opposed to being professionally educated.
Yeah. Hello.
Put your face up there. Oh my gosh.
Hey, hello.
Can you see?
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going okay, sir. My name is Thomas, and I wanted to make a comment that it's okay. I just recently married my wife, and she's black, and I love her very much, and I give her all the respect, honesty, and truthfulness and dignity that she deserves and everything, because I'm very happy being married to her. And so, honesty and truthfulness and dignity that she deserves and everything.
Hey, we're getting an echo.
Yeah, you gotta turn off your YouTube when you're on screen on.
Yeah, make sure it's just on StreamYard because it's double. Okay, I think it's good. Yeah.
Congratulations on your wedding. When did you get married?
We got married September 15th, and we're very happy together. And as to the comment about, places that she likes to go eat, I let her choose where she wants to go, and I take her out, and I pay for everything because I'm very happy with her and everything. And I feel that we're very happy together, and we're going to have a long, happy life together.
Awesome. That's awesome. That is. Yeah, that's good advice. Let her pick. Yes. Yeah. Happy wife, happy life, right?
Very, very true. Very true.
Yes. But congratulations. That's awesome.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you coming on. That's awesome. And congratulations to you and your wife. And wish you many, many years.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and he's right. I mean, oh yeah, comment says Tom Tyler has a pretty wife. Oh, yes, you do, sir. And yeah. And I appreciate your comment, and you're right. And look, us as men, we should let the woman choose. And I think with that whole thing, and I think you're right. I think it was like telling black women, just accept whatever. And the Cheesecake Factory, I didn't think was bad. I thought that was a good place. But we need to look at this. And if they talk about the date before they go, if he asked her where she wants to go, you eliminate all that stuff. Then you already know. And, if they miss the date, then they can, adjust fire from there. And, okay. Hey, Diamond. All right. We got 5 people on. But yeah, I just wanted, when I did that, I want black women to have high standards. I want black women to feel like they deserve the best. Now,
I'm just going to go ahead and leave.
Bye, Tom.
Okay, thanks for coming up, Tom. It was good talking to you. Okay. I want to see black women having those standards. And yes, you deserve to have those standards. You know, but you got to let the man know too. I think with the skit, I think it was like, you know, what if and
It was
he
funny
couldn't.
poison.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Funny poison.
It was, but I've never had a situation like that. I think that's unrealistic. And why would somebody record while they're on a date? From that point, you're going to be like, you would end the date right there because what? Why are you filming me without me knowing? I mean,
well, first and foremost, judging by how clear everything was, of course he knew it. But I mean, my whole thing is like what you were saying, just answering the question you said as to why we don't do that to other women. Again, in other cultures, the economy is not based upon those women.
That's true. And another thing I don't like is why is it that they're telling black women to date a bus driver as long as he tries to pay a bill? I mean, no, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but
really,
who walks up to Becky or Mei Ling and say, you know what, Mei Ling, you know what, Cheng Li, as long as he pays half the as long as he pays the light bill and buys you a sandwich every now and then, he's good, right?
I think what happened here.
You don't hear that. I've never heard anybody in my family tell the women, hey, as long as he pays a light. No, they'd be like, oh, hell no. If he if he ain't taking care of the bills and the groceries and has a house for you, what? Don't even mess with them. This is the weirdest thing. Look. And here's the thing.
It's a setup.
It is, but here's the thing.
Thank you, the Bostonian.
Yeah, and then you have black women, the most educated, having the most success and the most loyal, and we're finding out that men of other races marrying black women are more successful than their own group of women, but black women are supposed to just settle for less than. Take a guy that half-asses it. I don't get it. That makes no sense to me.
All right, this is what I think, and I don't think males in the black community are going to admit this. Mm-hmm. I think that whatever messed with their psyche so badly that it's like a generational curse at this point, and what was supposed to break him maybe did, and it didn't break us, and that is intimidating. Because let's think about it. If you've got Tyrone and Shaniqua, and Tyrone and Shaniqua have to go through all the same problems, except Shaniqua's a woman, so she's got more problems, more issues, more challenges. Tyrone's hanging out with the boys, and now he's deep in his 30s, and he's still like hanging out with the boys. And Shaniqua has now, got a decent job and is going to school at night. Or she's always like you look at the same, you can look at that man and you can look at that woman, and at the same age, they'll be vastly different levels. He's still hanging with the boys, and she's striving to do something. And it's not necessarily going to be easier on her. In fact, it's going to be harder. She's going to have more challenges.
Yeah.
And it's very intimidating to say she dealt with less struggle than I did. Oh, she dealt with more struggle than I did, and she surpassed me. Mm-hmm. So, and I don't know how to keep up. So, I'm gonna be a crab in the barrel. You know the thing about crabs in the barrel?
Yeah, I've heard that. I think I know what it means. If you could correct me, it's like you don't want to see somebody else get ahead or have the courage to step out of that barrel. It's like, hey, I won't do it. I don't want you to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So here you are coming up out of the battle, and I would like to say, you know what? I'm a crustacean, so that does not apply to me. I can do what I want to do, and now that you see generationally that all these women are saying, well, wait, I saw so and so, she's a single mother with 3 kids, and she had a crap job, and she started taking classes here and there, got a better resume, and now she has a good job. And we've all heard that story. We've all seen those examples.
Yeah.
I once knew somebody who went from being pregnant at 20, working at H&M. I kid you not, by 26, personal banker.
Nice.
And that was the jump. It wasn't. There was no other job in between the two. 20, baby born, left H&M, had nothing else going on. 26, personal banker, and then started building her financial career.
Yeah.
So it was like she was just determined. Things didn't work out with the boyfriend. She became a single mother. She was determined to make something of herself for her daughter. And she did it.
Yeah. Speaking of that, and I've said this before, and I'm not telling men run up and just marry single mothers, but what I will say is when it comes to Black women, you got to understand the cultural thing she goes through. You got to understand the numbers. And you can find Black women that are single mothers that will make great wives and great mothers to your children as well as she is to the children she had with another guy. And if you're a man that's willing to take her in and her child and love them like your own, because you need to do that, you can have a good wife, a good marriage. You can be blessed. And today's world, there's a lot of single mothers across the board. And I mean, the perfect situation is you're young, you get married together, you have your kids together, you never separate, and you live happily ever after. Okay, that's what we want. But you might not have that. So, you might get with a single mother that actually, is a great woman that will be a great wife and a great mother that maybe when she was young, she believed that guy was going to marry her.
Exactly.
Maybe she wanted that marriage, but he was an idiot. He was a dusty and took advantage of her. So are we going just persecute these women because they're single mothers when we don't know the whole story? I'm just saying. But I mean, there's blessings out there. And maybe you're meant to be with a woman that's a single mother and to where you can be a husband to her and be a father to her child too, as well as the kids you have together. I'm just saying. But instead, we have people bashing Black women for being single mothers, Black men doing this. And it's like, how many Black dudes have children from other women? So
yeah,
I mean, it's a two-way street. You can't.
it's a double standard too.
It is a double standard. I can't go and have children with multiple women and then shame a woman for being a single mother. That's a hypocrite.
That's not all the time.
Yeah.
Not all the time. But I mean, at the end of the day, I hope that the really smart Black women who saw that ridiculous skit are picking it up and saying, okay, you were meant to make me diminish myself. I'm not falling for it.
Yeah.
So I hope that this will force Black women who saw it into being even more intelligent and say, okay, I'm not gullible. Now instead of me lowering my standards, now I'll put my standard to the umpteenth degree because
Yeah.
you showed me that you want me to be ridiculous. You want me to stay low. No, first of all, not stay. You want me to get, not even stay low. You are encouraging me to be less than.
Yeah.
Less than so that he can feel better about himself. That is to add on all of that. I was a single mother when I met my ex, and now that this has ended, I was better off as a single mother going through what I was going through. Because when it come down to it, I was told that, yeah, you went to college. Yeah, you got a degree. But look what it did for you. And I'm like, it's not over yet. It ain't over till
you stop breathing.
No, it ain't over till Diamond sings.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to tell Shelly thanks for coming up. She dropped off. I don't. Yeah, she dropped off the panel. I don't know if she fell off or decided to call it a night. But I do want to thank her. Thank you, Shelly, for coming up. It's always good talking to you.
Does she have a YouTube channel?
Oh, she said I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I just hope I didn't run anybody off because
no.
I'm trying to hang back because some people don't get a chance to talk, and I don't want to, Brent, this is your channel and not mine, and I don't want to overstep.
You can talk. We're just talking. Yeah, jump
I know
in.
we're just talking, but yeah, I have a lot to say. And I'm that type of person that need to be edited. I want to say good evening, everybody in the chat room. Hey, y'all. Miss y'all. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Hope you guys doing well. Yeah, I was told that, well, yeah, you got your degrees, but look where it got you. I said, it's got me better than where I was before, because I had too many jobs or too many positions taken away from me when the supervisor or management would say, I would love to give it to you, but you don't have a degree. Well, I got the degree now, and you know what? I'm not in school right now, but when the good Lord says the same, I hope to apply for law school 2024. And I hope to get, and this I got to add to everybody in the chat room, I don't care who you are, whether you're disabled, you're a plus size sexy thing like me, or you're young or old, it's never too late. I just turned 60 on the 10th of October, and I have plans of going to law school. And I have plans on opening up my own law firm. I don't give a damn if I'm 99 years old. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You don't let these dusties swirl in your head with a whole bunch of nonsensical, infantile, idiotic bullshit. You are worthy. You are worthy to be praised. And if you got to cross the color line, then so be it. You can call me a sellout, you can call me anything. Just don't call me late for dinner, okay, baby? That's what's up. So it's never too late.
It really is never too late. One of my old coworkers, her mother-in-law at 74 got a PhD.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
I mean, and it's funny. She applauded her mother-in-law, but the husband was like, "Ma, I don't know why you did it." It's like, okay,
yeah,
okay.
Well, they're obviously they're on two different planes. It was on her bucket list. It was something within her that she was pursuing that she had to do. She wanted to do that before she left God's green earth. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not mad about that because I got sick and tired of seeing 70, 80, 90-year-olds and 100-year-olds going back to either get their diploma or getting a bachelor's degree because, well, life happens. You're raising a family and you're being the wife and you're a housewife and making sure that everybody's getting off the ground, making sure everybody has what they want. Now it's your turn. Now it's your turn to start taking care of you. So everybody in this chat room, within the sound of my voice, I can't express that enough. You got to learn to love yourself. You got to learn to love yourself enough to want to attract that person that is right for you. And it's like Brent said, vet them, make sure they're right for you, because it just goes to show you, it doesn't matter what nationality, what color you are. We all got skeletons in our closet. Some, busting out. Some of them busting off the hinges. They got so many skeletons in the closet, But you deserve good. You deserve better. You really do.
Yeah. I would say, look, I've ever since I started this channel, I've always promoted interracial relationships.
Okay.
I've shared my marriage and my experiences and how I feel. And look, this is where, back to where we're talking about Swirl 2 investment for the win. Here's the thing, us white men or non-black men, however you want to categorize us, where we can win with black women. Listen to me. And black women, you can tell me if I'm wrong, okay? I'm saying what I think. Now, I'm not always right, but I think that us as men, when we fall in love with black women, that it's a good idea to show some emotions, to let black women know how we feel. And I think black women respond positively when you show them love, when you and I know I get love from black women when I tell about black women's accomplishments. I mean, why are we not talking about this? I mean, with the education, with them being beautiful, with their spirit, having a beautiful spirit. And I'm not just making this up. This is how I feel. You could look at my life. Me and my wife been married 29 years. I mean, my heart is with black women all the way, and it always has been. And I think with relationship with black women, I think us as men, just the fact of showing some emotions. I know we're guys and we're hard-headed, and sometimes we don't connect that way, but I think we need to do so. It's not a weakness to show love. You're not a simp because you tell her you love her. Okay, that's the dumbest thing, calling somebody that because you're doing what you're supposed to as a man. And tell her she's beautiful. Put her on a pedestal. Look, in the white culture, we do that. We put the women on a pedestal. We've done it for centuries. We talk about our wives like they walk on water, even if they're nut cases, right? My grandmother was crazy, but my grandfather talked about her like she walked on water.
Wow.
Now, did she control him? Hell no. He was he was the leader, he was the man, but he always showed her love and respect. He always put her on that pedestal. Black women need to be put on that pedestal. They've earned it. They deserve it. They've poured in to the men they've been around. Mostly black men. They've showed them love. They've marched for them. They've done everything. They've spoke life into him. They told the world that he's the greatest and she will be with no one else. And then when black women open up their options, they're showing us the same kind of love. We're actually getting the same love. And it's not a race loyal thing when you come to that, it's a love loyal thing. And I think we're going to win with black women when we connect with her emotionally, spiritually, and make her the prize, make her the treasure that she is. And if we do that, we're going to win. Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, if she's into us, I mean, if she, but, and I've heard women say, who was I talking to? Oh, when I had the special guest on there, and I heard other women say that they weren't attracted to the man they're with when they first met him, but they ended up falling in love with him. And And maybe it's because he had that connection. When you see white men, average looking, everyday white guy with a very beautiful black woman, you say, how did that happen? I'll tell you exactly how that happened. He showed her love, respect. He put her on that pedestal, made her feel like a beauty queen, and gave her everything, his heart, his love, and he won.
Yes.
Now that's what we need to do. Tell me, am I right? Or I
No,
know
you're
I
totally
went on
right.
and on.
I think also
Absolutely.
once you show your character, like you should, because it's funny. I think that crazy stereotype of the tough black woman. I don't. I mean, eh, I don't. I have nothing to really say about it. I can't relate to all that. But I think that black women have the tendency to be really understanding. I think that we do tough love a little bit here and there, but I think that for the most part we're really understanding. So if you come to us and you're sincere and you show that you are a man of character and morals and values, like you always say, Brent, black women are the most traditional. I'm gonna go out and say something that I know people will come after me for it. We are conservative. And I don't mean Republican, Democrat. I don't mean any of that kind of stuff.
Right.
I mean
But
that,
it's traditional. Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
But in a world of today, they don't even know what traditional is. So that's the reason why I said the word conservative, because you'll have somebody go into a whole spiel about, traditional, blah, 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 and the oppressor, blah, blah, silence. Okay? Man, woman, yes, I believe in, God and, godly marriage. Yes, I do. I said it. I said it. Okay? And yes, marriage. And then kids. Ideally, yes. Marriage first and then kids, please.
Yes.
Or just get married, and if you don't want to have kids, just be faithful to each other. Appreciate what God gave you. Keep Jesus the center of your relationship and go be good people.
But you're correct. I mean, we married in 94 and we didn't have our oldest child until 98.
And breathing space. You had breathing space to enjoy each other.
Yeah.
Actually, it was breathing space to enjoy each other and travel and stuff, but it more than anything else, that period of time was for we bought our land, he built our house, we started a business, he was always working and just building money and building a business before we had the kids.
Yeah. You know what, Indiana Mom? I could have put your picture up there when I did the slides.
Yeah.
For the marriage years. She's got 29 years of marriage also.
I wouldn't have minded at all. I would not have minded at all.
Yeah, I just thought about that. I said, dang, I could use Indiana Mom as an example also. Look, and you know that couple, what is their name? Jerry and
Hal and Jerry, or
they're an elderly couple, but they've been married since the 70s.
76.
Yeah.
70s. Yeah. I should have showed their picture because they got what, almost 50 years or something.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And look, guys, we're winning when Swirl through investment.
We have new neighbors. Actually, we have new neighbors that just bought a piece of property with their retirement money, probably about 4 miles away, which is neighbors for us. Because, anyway, and we haven't had a chance to speak with them yet, but my son went over and he went over with like the riding mower and cut their grass for them. And they have a hot tub, and my son knows a little bit about like the chemicals and stuff, so he kind of helped them get started to get their hot tub running and everything, because he said it was a hot mess. So he kind of helped them order the proper chemicals and everything that they would need to get it running properly. And he said that they told him that they had been married for 65 years.
Wow.
And it was a Black woman, and he's not sure. He said Hispanic man. So he could be Mexican, Brazilian, anything. He's like, but he was like the white kind of Hispanic.
Oh, white Hispanics, yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he said that even though they've lived in the US their whole marriage, you could still hear the husband's accent. Yeah. And he's like, yeah, they were married like 65 years, and their kids are all grown. They have their grandchildren are grown, and they're just, this is their retirement place that they bought, and they're fixing it up, and they're going to be in this little house forever. Yeah.
That's awesome. Hey, Shelly, welcome back. I seen you dropped off. I didn't know if StreamYards did it or you had to step out.
No. What happened was I got the munchies and I had to run.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Yes,
girl. I've been
I got some Haagen-Dazs chocolate chip ice cream, and so because I'm on my phone, I wanted to walk with my phone, just in case. So that's why.
Okay, munching on a girl. Ice cream.
Wait.
Yes.
Kelly understood the assignment. She had chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip. Yes, that's my favorite.
The reason I said it, I don't want anybody to ever think I'm kicking you off, because sometimes StreamYards, I don't know. Sometimes people get
trolls.
Are trolls.
Yeah, because what happened is y'all were talking and I didn't want to interrupt, so I put in the chat, I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
She didn't want to be caught on stream munching on ice cream. That's what it was.
Okay. Hey, that couple I was talking about, Jerry and Mike. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't put their picture up, but there are so many.
Amazing.
Yeah, and it's like you could just see the love still.
Yes.
There's something going on, and I talk about the shift, guys. What do you think? I truly, honest to God, believe this. Okay, I could be wrong, but I believe here in the near future, I'm talking like maybe 10, 15 years, that there's going to be more Black women married to white men than Black women married to Black men. Some say that
I think it's going to be before 10 to 15 years. I think it's coming in the next 5-6 years.
Yeah, it could be, because I look at the marriage rates, and in the Black community, it was like 27 to 30%, and it's dipped down. It's like below 30 for Black men also. Black men were married more than Black women, but Black men, open up their options more than Black women do.
So the men that more than half of the Black men that were married, they married out.
Well, but what's happening is the marriage rates are going down. Interracial marriages are going up. Every day it increases. And black women are starting to see that what I call the segregated mindset is like, okay, we stay with our people, our side, and we're beyond that. When the civil rights thing happened, we were meant to integrate, and I'm not just talking eating at the same lunchroom. No, we're supposed to integrate as families. We're supposed to marry each other and actually become one nation. I think that's actually what God wants, God's plan. But black women, white men are doing it more the right way. Black men and white women, they're not. Not saying they can't have a good marriage, but statistically it's the worst and we're the best.
Well, that's because literally black men and white women are used to being coddled and pampered and babied, and neither one of them they're not leaders. They don't know how to get anything done. They just know how to sit back and be pampered and babied and let their counterparts take care of everything. And it doesn't work because nothing gets done. But when you get a white man and a black woman together, we are both used to being the backbone of our communities, the backbones of our families. We're used to taking care of the kids. We're used to finding work. We're used to getting jobs, multiple jobs, paying the bills, making sure insurance is taken care of, making sure all the kids have doctor's appointments for their vaccinations and all the stuff they need for school. We're the ones that are used to going and taking the kids every year at the end of summer for school shopping, for new clothes, for school supplies. We're the ones that pay for the baseball dues and the cheerleading fees and making sure that everything is taken care of. Black women and white men are used to being the ones that do that.
Yeah.
So when we get together, it happens.
Yeah.
And the white man can just sit back and make the money and know that his black wife is going to handle all the finances, because that's the way it works in my house. At least my husband, I make my own money, yes, with my coaching and choreography and everything, but my money does not get spent on any bills or household stuff. Never. It never has. My husband makes the money, but I am in charge of making sure everything's taken care of, because the numbers mess with him and it freaks him out and he can't. So I'm cool with that. So I make sure all the bills are paid. The electric bill, the gas bill, the taxes. I make sure all that stuff is taken care of. Okay. And my money, I use my money for stuff like birthday parties, and especially his birthday, which it makes him a little bit insane to know that when I have like a party for him and I buy him gifts and I do the cake and all that stuff, that I use my money, it kind of messes with him. He doesn't like that. He's like, just take it out of the family account. And I'm like, dude, why would I throw a birthday party for you and then use your money?
Yeah.
But it does. It messes with him, and bless him. But whatever, we're just going to have the same argument every year because I'm using my money for it, and I don't care what he thinks.
Yeah.
Nice.
You know what? I'm the opposite. I handle all the finances. I always have. I've been trained to do that. My father always made me accountable for every penny, and I remember I had a little savings account when I was 16, and I didn't know the exact amount, and he ripped me, and he says, "You got to know where your money's at. You got to."
Wow.
So I'm pretty anal when it comes to bills and stuff like that.
He's anal and
Yeah,
he's conscious of bills, but the numbers.
Yeah,
mess
you're
with
better
him.
at the numbers. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, who's ever better with the numbers should handle it. I
am the one that's better with the numbers.
My brother, his wife handles it.
Wait a minute, hold on. Look at this.
What?
Marriage with a black man and a white woman is marriage between two Karens? Oh.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's sad. But I love it.
It's kind of true.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a household where, my dad actually had the old accounting books. So I don't know if many people even know about that.
Yes,
with the grids. So I grew up in a household where the man definitely took care of the finances, but I was blessed because he taught me.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to make sure that I was independent. Now, did you teach your girls?
Yes.
I knew it.
Absolutely.
I knew it.
Let me tell you something.
What?
My girls, they know numbers, they know money, they're college educated. My son is too. They know all that stuff. Look, and
same with our girls.
With my daughters, look, they've been taught this way. If you're going to date them, you're going to pay everything, and you better have it together financially.
Hallelujah.
And there's none of this. Well, it's about love, and I can only do this. No, look. Hey, I believe like what like Fergie said, if you ain't got no money, take your broke ass home. And hey,
do you remember? Do y'all remember? Do y'all remember? Back in the 80s, all of us girls would wear like the little hair clips with like the ribbons.
Yeah.
Woven into them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I taught my daughters how to do that, and I also taught them about, if y'all remember, also in the 80s, the safety pins with like the beads on them that you would put on your shoes.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, I taught them about those.
Why would anybody do that?
It was like a friendship thing.
It was a trending.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like you would do a pair of either the hair clips or the safety pins with like the same colors, and then you would give one to your best friend.
Yeah. Hey.
But my daughters have literally made their own designs out of them and changed it up and like added glitter and added all kinds of extra stuff. And they're selling them online. Yes.
Oh, awesome. Hey, before we go down some rabbit holes, I just want to look, my whole point in this is, like, I talk about my daughters, you talk about your daughters. It's look, we need to put value in women. We need
absolutely.
And I don't look, my daughters have standards. They've been taught to have that. Because I do not want, and I've said this and I've gotten heat for it. you know, what I see in black men, I would cringe if they come to my door wanting to date my daughter.
Oh no,
No,
that's not
okay, let me
happening.
finish.
Mm-mm.
Okay. But
Sorry.
I would cringe. You know why? And they say, "Oh, that's racist." No, it's not. When I see the pimp player crap that's being spewed out there, why would I want my daughter exposed to that? If
Exactly.
you're not, and then I look at the marriage rates, I'm like, okay, if you're not coming to door and you're not serious about my daughter, she's not a fun time.
Exactly.
She's a woman. She's got value. And I want her to be with a man that's going be there for her. You know, with love, emotions, spirituality, and yes, finances too.
Yes.
And look, I like how the African culture, how they have the bride price.
Yeah.
We need
Dowry.
to do that. We need to do that in America. Look,
Dowry.
and I'm serious. If you want to marry my daughter, you better show you have some wealth.
Absolutely.
Because she has value. And in that culture, now if your daughter is educated, the price goes up because she brings more value. That's my daughter's. And I thought about that. I was like, I don't care who you are. If you're not coming with wealth and wanting a marriage, get the hell out of here. I'm serious.
Absolutely.
Well, you know what? You cracked the code just now, Brent. The light bulb is going off over my head.
But the difference is.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Check this out. Because
Go ahead.
So here, check this out. What you just said, you made the light bulb go off. Stop and think about it, ladies. Since we know that the black community is known for having all these single mothers, so you got a bunch of little boys and a bunch of little girls.
Yes.
Who did not have any male figure teaching them anything. So if Brent is here and my dad and Indiana Mom's your husband, if they're out there teaching their daughters ABCD, all those daughters that have no father, they're not getting taught anything. So that makes sense why that has happened in the black community, because it's like, okay, you got a bunch of little girls who there's no dad to teach them anything. So, I mean, think about it. No wonder you have so many amazing women who are successful. It's being race loyal. Now they got this busted husband. And it's like, well, yeah, because her self-esteem when it comes down to a relationship with a man it's in the gutter.
Toilet.
Yeah.
Forget the toilet. She didn't even make it to the toilet. It's in the gutter.
Girl. Okay.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be that way. You got the best group of women settling for the worst. And what I mean,
that's my whole point.
Standards. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say about Brent's daughters and my daughters. They had good fathers that were protectors and providers and teachers and wanted the best for their little girls. And that's why our daughters have turned out the way that they have. And for the majority of young black women, they don't have the self-esteem and the background and the positive affirmation that our kids do, simply because their fathers are not there to give that to them. My father wasn't there to give that to me. I got that from my mom.
Yeah. All right, use the example I was ready to use.
Hey, Shelly. Hey, anytime you want to jump in, go ahead. I know you've been. You know, if there's anything you want to say.
The chocolate chip. Y'all gotta try that from Haagen-Dazs. That's like
Girl.
That's like oh my god! Like I was talking, I was like, "Yo, my mouth was like watering for that ice cream," and I'm glad that they had it in the store. Yes, but I agree with you. Actually, what y'all said about the examples is not in the Black community, and a lot of Black girls are not being taught that just because a guy sleeps with you does not mean that he loves you.
Right.
And I think that is also an issue as well, and it is a conditioning. Because they saw their grandmother do it, their mother do it, and they do it because they don't see
They
another
don't know
way
any
because they're
better.
not taught. Yeah, they're not taught any other way. So I'm glad with YouTubers like Brent and I don't want to name no other YouTubers, but I'm glad that so many Black women have popped up over the years, like the past 10 years, on YouTube, and is showing Black women a different way to do things. You understand? Because even with me, I was also conditioned, like I was a Black male worshiper and stuff like that. I even went back and forth with some YouTubers, and then I had an epiphany. I'm like, oh my God, because I kept on listening, and I
Really?
realized what that was about.
What
And
was it
also,
like?
Brent,
What was
you
it
had
like for
asked a
you?
question earlier on when you said, oh my God, I forgot you're asking, why is it that Black women remain race loyal and Black men are not? They do date whoever.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things also is that, and I want the panel to chime in on this. I noticed that when it comes to Black men, they show themselves with different races of women. Like in the hip hop videos and R&B videos, they always would cast non-Black women. They would cast Black women as well, but they would also cast non-Black women as love interest. Whereas Black woman entertainers, the love interest was always a Black man. And so you watch
Oh
that,
my
and that
God!
is
I just
subliminal.
realized that.
And I didn't realize that until I
Oh my
was
God!
listening.
No,
Yes,
think
I was
about it. Like
listening
Aaliyah, one of
to
my
a
favorite Aaliyah
YouTuber, and she
videos.
asked that question, and I said to her, I said, you know what? They Black men have always interracially date because they promote themselves with non-Black women. Black women don't, and that is a subliminal you call that brainwash? I don't want to say brainwashing. Would that be considered brainwashing?
That is brainwashing. That is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's the subliminal, and that's all you see yourself with because that's all they promote. So even with SZA, and she has a new music video out, and she has non-Black men, different races of men in her music videos. And this is what Black women need to do to promote yourselves with different races of men as well. So if more Black women, especially young Black girls, see this, they would see like, okay,
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to know, like, what do y'all think about that?
Hey, I know we want to all talk on this, but oh my God, I see it. Oh man, I didn't really think about that. But
absolutely.
Who is SZA?
Yeah, in the videos they do have like non-Black women or light-skinned Black women.
Yeah.
Gosh, and I think Black men psychologically have that because I have a friend I grew up with. He's a Black guy, and our mothers worked together, right? Back when we were little kids. And I remember growing up, and we're like the opposites. It's funny. He always, it was white women, or if it was a black woman, for him it was she was almost my complexion, that light skinned, but
Yeah.
you know, and I just wow. And he told me he loved white women, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. You know, I'm the opposite of you. That's great. But yeah, I love black women. So but you know, there is that thing, and it's what do they call it? Gosh, what is it called? Because my mother-in-law told me she experienced this too.
Reverse racism or intra-racism.
Well, it's kind of like colorism. Yeah, colorism.
Oh,
where she was explaining when she was younger. Okay, this is my mother-in-law. She passed on last year at 86, right? So she's been around, and she told me, she said, with the racism, she said there were times black people were worse than the white people. And she grew up in segregation times, right? Where they had to ride in back of the bus, even if the bus was empty. I just heard her stories, and I'm like, oh my God, that's so dumb. But went through that crazy, that stupid stuff. But she said when they would go to nightclubs, there were some nightclubs, they would take a paper bag, hold it up to you, and if you were darker than the paper bag, they wouldn't let you in. And I'm like,
oh my God.
And look, I was like, no, I thought she was joking, right? I said, I can't believe that. No, that ain't right. And I said, was this like a white establishment or run by a white? No, she said it was black people doing it. And I was like,
I remember my great grandmother saying the same thing. It was called a paper bag test.
Yeah. And she told me that, and I'm like, wow. I was like, I didn't know that. I was just, I didn't understand it. And
me personally, I hung out at like the white bars with the rock bands and listen to Motley Crue and Skid Row, and you know, and those guys absolutely loved me. They thought I was the coolest thing on the planet.
Yeah, I'm sure that, but just, this whole thing was just, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
And there's something there. And I've heard black men say, oh, I like the light-skinned, I like the red bone, yellow bone. I'm like, what is this red bone, yellow bone junk?
Garbage. Yellow hand.
And here's the craziness. And when I dated black women, I love black, but I never really thought about their skin tone, how dark or how light. I just never did.
And yes, Coco was correct. Chris Brown has banned darker skinned black women from being in his VIP at his shows.
First and foremost, who's listening to Chris Brown? The man assaulted
nobody.
He should not even be relevant. So that always makes
He's not.
He's not.
Yeah,
what is that?
What's wrong with Rihanna? I'm just saying. I mean, she got beat down by Chris Brown. That guy's a dusty goofball. That guy's been in so much trouble.
He would have been speaking in tongues in a Pikachu voice if he just put his hands on me, because I would have gone straight for his boys.
I'm thinking. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I wanted to hear Diamond.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear your opinion on what I said. Did you notice that as well with the music videos?
Shelly, I just turned 60. This did not happen just recently. This happened in the 80s. Okay,
girl, come on.
Yes, it did. It happened in the 80s. I'm telling you. The thing was, she got to be light, bright, or damn near white. Okay. And if she's not damn near white, hey, all the more better.
And happy birthday, Diamond.
Thank you very much. The ones that were light,
happy birthday.
they were just belittling. Thank you. They would just below the white girls that they wanted in the videos. And I noticed
Absolutely.
that most of them, it just to show that we're really putting forth the effort to put black women in there.
She is 100% correct.
Okay,
I saw it
earlier.
happening. I am Gen X. I am 52 years old, and I saw this happening on MTV in the 80s. 100%.
Hey, hold on, guys. Let's not over talk anybody.
Okay.
One at a time. Okay, we're getting
one of the R&B groups. I love them to death. I love them their songs, but one that stands out to me was New Edition. All the early girls, yes, ma'am. They were either light, bright,
Yes.
or white.
Yes, ma'am.
They were. I'm telling you, I'm not. This is not something. If any of you trolls on here just listening, and you want to take this back and go, look what he's doing, look what he's doing. He's pitting them against you. No, y'all did that because what I cannot stand is they're damn near slapping each other on the back, high-fiving each other if they're with a non-black woman. Okay?
She's speaking truth.
They are. If they're with a non-black woman, they're highlighting each other. But the moment they see a sister, just like the video you showed us, Fred, hey, sis, come on home. Why can't I not hear anything? I don't ever hear anything until I'm with the white guy. But
and what was
the
the controversial? There was a controversial video in the 90s by TLC.
Okay.
Red Light Special, because it featured non-black men. It had some black men in it, but it had some non-black men in it, and the guy that played the guitar solo was a white guy with long hair, and Chili was all up on him, and the black men hated that video, hated it.
That's because when the shoe was on
controversial.
When the shoe is on the other foot, they can't take it. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. So that's therefore all you trolls listening, y'all can kick rocks, and as big as my butt is, you can park your lips any way you want to.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm losing people. People are dropping off. What's going on?
Okay.
Hey guys, when we get to discussing, let's let people finish. Let's not interrupt. I know we want to say what we want to say, but it's kind of getting. We're just like.
Okay, out of order.
Yeah, I lost Bostonian and Shelley, and
okay,
because I wanted to just be people just get up and say whatever, but we gotta keep it a little limited because then other people aren't talking. I had Shelley that was silent for a long time, and we need to go around the table because I don't want nobody to feel like they can't talk.
Yeah.
We all have good points, and I want to hear everybody. It just but I don't know what Bostonian dropped off, and I want to know if they're getting kicked off because I need the right StreamYard because this happens a lot, and see what's going on. Is there a glitch, or
or just something else? Something else. Yeah, I get
it. Yeah. So. Ladies, if you fell off, you want to come back, the link's there.
Come on back, Shelley. Come on back, Bostonian.
Come on back. I think we get passionate and we overtalk each other.
Yeah.
And we need to stop. I'm guilty of that also. We need
me
to.
Too. I'm sorry.
I'm terrible about it. You know me.
I just. Yeah.
Please
don't go. I'm on scene till Shelley and Bostonian come back. No, I better not. I'll run people off. I'll run. Hey, Shelley, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to finish here what Diamond had to say. Please, can you explain what was going on in the 80s that you had noticed, please?
Oh, absolutely. I noticed that most definitely I pay attention to stuff like that. That one of my favorite R&B groups, New Edition, they had either she was a light-skinned black female or she was just white altogether. And I also noticed that if either or a light-skinned black woman or a Caucasian woman had very curly hair.
Yes.
As if to say, look, yeah, right, whatever. You got something to say about it. All you artists, y'all have something to say about it. Because if you don't like what you're seeing, or if you don't like what's putting out there, either you walk off or you replace the director. Because they're marring your brand. And that's not what you're trying to promote. You're not trying to promote that at all. But it makes me angry that they feel the need to do, because that's what they want, that's what they desire. They can't help it. But when we do it, then there's a big controversial think about it.
Correct.
Which is bad. And that makes no sense to me. But yeah, this has been going on since the 80s, ever since the promotion of music videos and a love interest involved with the black man. That's how it has been. This is not something early 2000s or the 90s. No, it's been going on since the 80s.
Yeah, this is 80s.
BET, it was notorious.
I hated BET.
BET, all of them, MTV, VH1, and it was like totally and completely acceptable. And it made, you feel some type of way, to the point where there were some girls, sad to say, I'm not one of them, they were trying to bleach their skin.
Yeah,
that's how big of an impact it had on them, bleaching their skin or trying foundation that didn't belong to them, and that was saying a lot. That really was. But if you let them tell it, the record executives, people, it sells.
I had a friend in middle school. I had a friend in middle school that was literally taking beach baths with bleach water in her bath to try to lighten herself because she was dark and she felt ugly because of MTV and the way the boys in middle school talked about her. And she would take baths with bleach water.
You know what? And that's a false conception. I don't know how black men feel in the collective about skin tones. But speaking as a white man, and white men I know are Asian men, we don't see dark skin as a bad thing. We don't. We think it's beautiful. There's this woman on YouTube, and you've probably seen her. I don't really listen to her content, but her skin, she's really dark, but she's beautiful. It's like
is it the woman with the curly mohawk, and she's real tall, model-esque, and beautiful? Oh my god, she's freaking gorgeous.
Yeah. But here's the thing. They say that black men like light skin and white men like dark skin. I would say I disagree with that. I know there's people that have their preference, but most of us white men that date and marry black women, that's not even a thing to us. We don't even think about that. I think what's going on is, I think darker skinned black women, we have more access to them, because I think within their community they're kind of shamed. So if we embrace her how she looks and tell her she's beautiful, and I think that's an attraction that she likes, because she's being uplifted instead of downgraded. I think that's what's going on. I think because here's the crazy thing. I had a friend, a black guy, that made fun of me because my wife, before I got married, she's dark skinned. And he's like, oh, well, when you go for the black woman, you go all the way, you get the darkest you can get. And I'm like, what is?
How rude.
And here's the thing. That same day, my grandmother said, oh, well, she seems real nice, but she's really dark. And I'm like, oh my God. And I said, and my grandmother didn't understand why I was upset that she said that. Like she was just saying a fact. But I heard that. I understand where she was coming from. I don't like it, but I know. But a black man telling me that, it's like, oh my God, you and my grandmother are on the same wavelength. Like, what do you mean? And he's like, oh no, I didn't mean it that way. I was just joking, dude. I'm just like, oh my God. I'm seeing white supremacy and black men and white women. What the hell?
Right. Yeah.
I just, what is going on? It blew my mind.
My mother-in-law told me that when Tree and I started dating, and he decided to introduce us to each other after about 8 months of dating, she said she had no idea that I was a black woman because everything he said about me had nothing to do with me being black. And she's like, okay, so tell me about her. And he was like, oh, she's so intelligent. She is passionate about her schooling and what she wants to do. She's a skater. She's funny. She listens and we can joke around, and she has the same sarcastic sense of humor that I do. So we're kind of both smart asses. And he just went on and on and on and on and on. And my mother-in-law said he never even mentioned that I was a black woman. Not once. So she said she was surprised when we showed up at their house. But after hearing him talk about me the way he did so much, she was like, oh, she's a black woman. But she said the next thing that popped in her head was, wow, she's really pretty. And then she's like, the third thing that popped in her head was, okay, well, if she's as funny and smart as he says she is, then I can see it. And she said, like, an hour in, just us talking and joking around and my sense of humor and so on and so forth, she was like, yeah, I can see why he picked her. Totally. 100%. I can see it. Yes. Yes. And Cece asked if he always dated outside. No. I was his first black woman, and I was his only black woman.
Hey, oh my God, stop it, Indiana mom. My wife was the same way. I was the first white guy in the lap. It's funny because, oh my God, we have many things in common.
I did like, in my 4 years of high school, I went to like 9 proms in 4 years, and it was always with white guys, and it was different schools. It was like 2 of them at my school, and 2 at Concord, and 1 at Memorial. And I mean, it was all over the place, but it was always white guys, and it was always just going as friends because they were like, you are so cool, I want you to come to prom with me. And I was like, okay, yeah, pick the color and let's go. And I still have my prom dresses. I have all 7 prom dresses because my grandmother, being the saint that she was like, no, you're not using the same dress for different proms. No, ma'am. No, you're going to have a unique dress for each prom because that was my grandmother. And and when we would go shopping, and she would use my grandpa's credit card.
Hey,
yes, because he was abusive, so that was her like payback to him.
We got a troll alert.
Yeah.
Troll alert.
CL Easterling. What was that?
Yeah. No.
Hey, CL, Hey, do you want to bring up the troll and?
Oh, so sad. Oh my
You mad, bro?
goodness.
You mad, bro?
Oh,
You
hey, big mad.
hold on. You all on here speaking negative about black men to a white man.
Whatever.
For shame. Okay.
Yeah, because black men kind of suck. What's your point?
Here's the thing. This is like entitlement, right? This is how I think a lot of these beta black dudes think. They think black women have to just be on black men's side no matter what.
Oh, hell no. No, ma'am. Sorry.
I'm serious, because I had some dude call my wife a bed wench and said, I don't understand why she lets him talk about black men. Well, why would she get in my way? She's with me, not you. I just like, but these guys, it's like an entitlement. They're so used to being coddled. So hold on. They're so used to being coddled by black women. They're so used to being uplifted. They're so used to being taken care of that if a black woman don't jump on their side, that something is wrong. Maybe you're the problem.
Dude, they can try to hurt my feelings if they want to. I will be that bed wench on that king size bed in that in our 4,763 square foot house. Yes, I will be that bed wench. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, while he's up here talking that we're talking negatively about black men, let's talk about the fact that some, not all of them, but some of them have driven us to butcher our bodies and everything else. Somebody pointed out in the chat room, forgive me, baby girl, if I forget your name, but she pointed out in the chat room, look at Lil' Kim butchering herself. We don't even recognize Lil' Kim anymore.
Right.
And let's go even further. Michael Jackson, who was a black man, was demonized by his own father. He kept messing his nose. He lightened up his skin. This is another black man doing this to a black man. And Janet Jackson was so ashamed of her butt till she tried any and everything to get rid of her black butt. No, baby girl, genetics says it, you got it. But it took other people, some that were non-black, to say, hey, having a butt, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, okay, so now you're not speaking for all black men. So now you're not all of a sudden, okay, bye, troll, whatever. But like I said, the damaging effect that it has on women. I'm not going to sit up here and go, black men, black men. No, and suffer the consequences while I'm uplifting him, polishing him up, shining him up, put him on the pedestal, shine a spotlight on him. Meanwhile, he's oppressing me. He's shaming me because he doesn't want to step up and pay the bills. You got the education. I'll just pay like, oh, not no. Hey, but hell no.
I want to see CL Easterling. What do you think about the Tyler Perry comment that as long as a black man pays the light bill, it's all good? What do you think about that? Because if somebody said all I got to do is pay the light bill, I would be pissed off. I would be upset because I could do more than the light bill. What do you think about that? I mean, and here's my thing, because I was kind of shocked because I thought maybe there would be some black men that went in on Tyler Perry and say, you know what, we're better than that. You know what, we can do more than pay the light bill. We can do it all.
Not gonna say that.
No, I'm just saying. I was disappointed because I wanted to see him bring that smoke to him. But
they weren't gonna do that because they're not gonna do that for black women. They're not gonna do anything for black women because they never have and they never will.
But
are you kidding me?
I just that kind of I was like, wait a minute, why aren't they going in on him on that? Because what I got out of it, maybe I'm wrong, but what he was saying is black women, you got to take care of it, and Black men, as long as you try, you're good enough. No, but that's I'm telling you how I thought about what that was said, and being that I didn't see no reaction going back,
dude.
I mean,
Brent, honey,
yeah. Mhm.
Black men are not going to push back on what Tyler Perry said, because what he said is true. They're not going to push back on that, because if they do, then they need to prove it. And they're not going to prove it because are you serious?
Put up or shut up.
Thank you.
Stop put it on our shoulders that we have to lift up the Black community. It's up to us. It's up to us. No, it takes us together. It takes us both together. If you don't want your children doing this or saying that and going here and going there, then you need to come and we need to be on one accord. It's not one or the other. It's together. I'm tired of this 50-50 crap. No, it's 100-100. That's how it works with me. And if you don't like it, kick rocks. Bye. See ya. Wouldn't want to be.
Girl, Tyler spoke the truth. And there's no pushback.
No pushback. None.
Because it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Mm-hmm. Troll be gone.
Hey, damn, Kevin.
Hey, bro. Better than the motherfucker.
I love that name. I love it.
Damn, Kevin, better than the motherfucker.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, how's it going?
Haven't seen you for a while.
Andy.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've been here. Well, I was here until life hits me. So yeah, I'm back.
Oh, you all right? You doing
Glad
okay?
to see you back.
No. I meant like I had a baby and stuff like that.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh. Hey, did you have a boy or girl?
A girl.
Oh, nice.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations
for you.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. New mom. Yay.
Yeah, it's good.
No, I love babies. I'm so happy for you.
I mean, they're a pain in the butt, but yeah.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, but they're amazing.
They're really good when they're babies and they're toddlers. They're not a pain in the butt till they're teenagers.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Hey, you're right about that. I tell you what, I'll take them back as toddlers. I thought that was rough.
Yes.
Teenagers are.
Yes.
If they could just stay little till their Carters wear out.
Yes. Yes, Diamond. Yes.
Congratulations, sweetheart.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Oh.
All right. Now we got something to celebrate. Yes. Congratulations. That's
Oh,
awesome.
thank you.
I can't believe how excited I am over a complete stranger having a new baby. I can't. I'm just like, wow. Okay, maybe I need to like calm the fuck down.
Well, I wouldn't say she's a complete stranger. We know her. Yeah.
I know, but I'm so excited. Oh my gosh.
So, are you a first-time mom, or are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
even better.
I want to hear your opinion about what we've been talking about in terms of the way yeah. I want to hear what you have to say about what we were talking about earlier.
Tyler Perry.
Any of it, Tyler Perry. Self-hate. To the point where you mutilate your bodies to fit in or to be accepted. I want to know your opinion about it. What's going on?
Right.
What do you think?
Well, I'll start first with the Tyler Perry one. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you
loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the Tyler Perry one, I'm iffy about it. One, I don't really agree with him, and I dislike his what he said. But I wouldn't be shocked because when you see how black women are like constantly degrading themselves and lowering their standards and stuff like that, to the point that they're known as the race of women that do hypogamy while others do hypergamy. People like Tyler Perry sees that, take advantage of it, and say, okay, so I know you're desperate for a black man. I mean, you literally said you'd rather a piece of a man, right? So, you know, if he can't pay the light bill, then that's good. You know, I see where he's coming from, because I'm not saying it's okay. I don't agree with him, but I know where his
Yeah.
pathology comes from. He studies many black women in majority that rather be desperate for, you know, a black man. And
And
for the mutilating thing, it sucks because they're attacking children, like teenagers, or well, kids usually as young as an infant to 19, I would say, mostly. And it sucks because their brain haven't developed yet, and
Yeah.
you know, they're
Right.
being naive and playing around, and it'll then hit them hard when they get older and see that this is not what they really wanted. And I could talk about the stats showing how high their unliving stats are. They never mention that part, how those stats are really high, you know, but they'll pressure these young, vulnerable, and impressionable children, you know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shelly, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm listening to what this young lady had to say, and I agree with her. I agree with you know, what she said about Tyler Perry. You know, only said that because he sees that's what black women are desperate for. So yes, I agree with her
Yeah,
100%.
and you know what? I was thinking about this. Maybe we should do a show next week on about, I don't know, black women just not accepting the bare minimum. Opening up their options and having men compete for black women, because
Right.
like I said, black women are doing more than any other group, but yet they're being told, okay, take him if he pays the light bill. If he's just a bus driver and you're super famous and wealthy, you should just marry him. Because and somebody was saying that, I heard, I gotta look for this video. I heard that Tiffany Haddish said black women marry a homeless dude. Is that true? I gotta
Yes. It's I can't remember.
I gotta find
it's
that.
one of the streaming sites.
Yeah.
But yes, it's actually a TV show where like a reality show where black women are set up to date homeless black men.
Are
Like,
you serious?
off
This
the-
has got to
yes.
be a joke.
No,
It's gotta
it's
be a
not
skit.
joke. It's not a joke. It's not a joke.
No,
Okay, it's on a streaming. It's on one of the streaming platforms. I can't remember which one. I know it's not Netflix, but it's like maybe Paramount or Peacock or something. I can't remember which one, but it's real, and it's a reality show where black women are set up with homeless black men off the streets. I'm telling you.
Somebody in the chat room, please. Somebody in the chat room, look this
Girl.
up. I got to see this.
Girl.
I can't believe that. I
You know
can't
what's funny? They would
Okay, I'm
pick a
gonna
homeless.
Google it real quick and
They would
figure
pick
it
a
out.
homeless white woman though off the streets,
Oh, hey.
but a black woman would pick a homeless black. That's crazy.
Hey, they've been known to do that. I'm just saying. Oh my God. There's a young lady that did a video on this, and I was like, oh my God. But yeah, that's just crazy. I'm thinking we need to have a show on black women seeing their beauty and their worth, and you know, not settling. I mean, you know, with the Kevin Samuels garbage, it blows my mind how that guy could have a million followers and just spew garbage, degrading black women and telling them to settle for less and accept the man how he is type crap. I just it blows my mind. And he had like failed marriages. This dude, I mean, he's an ultimate failure, but yet he's just YouTube famous like that. That always blew my mind. It's like, I don't know, maybe because he was degrading black women, a lot of black men thought that was wonderful and supported him. But I mean, these women would come on and try to get validation from him, and he would just run them down. It's like, I don't know. It just blows my mind. But I think black women the reason I think black women need to open up their options more than ever is just because of that garbage, just because of being told they're less than and have to accept mediocrity below mediocrity. Mediocrity would be a luxury at this point. I just like, and there's no pushback. Like, any idiot tells me that all I got to do is pay a light bill, I'm going to be pissed because I'm better than that. I bring more to the table than that. I build the table, and all she's got to do is just come with love, loyalty, and be her beautiful self. I mean, oh my God. It just, guys, I don't even know. I'm just that shocked. I can't even believe.
I can't believe
this is a thing.
I can't either. That's why I hate reality shows.
Yeah.
I hate reality shows. It's nothing more than scripted drama. And if people would understand where this crap comes from, the executives hire psychiatrists, psychologists, and social workers. And they invent these little scenarios. And you got the script writers hand in hand with them, and they invent this stuff. Case in point, some of the worst, well, it was a guilty pleasure for me. I'm sorry to say. Jerry Springer Show. A lot of this stuff is scripted.
It is. It is.
Hey Brent, I left the link in the back chat.
Okay.
About the reality show with black women dating homeless men.
Okay. Can I put it in the main chat, or do you not want?
It was just a link that I found on Google, so I would assume so.
Okay.
Earlier, as I like, there was these black women watching this video, like they were commenting on this video, and me being my nosy stuff, I was just reading the comments and laughing. And some black woman was like, black women should have standards for themselves and should expect marriage and not have kids out of wedlock. And no shame to you if you want to go do that, have fun. But these women were like, that one was saying that. And when I went to her comment, because in my head I knew there was gonna black women be like, yes, I found a lot of black men comments, and many of them were like, oh, you're trying to be white women now? And then they're like, oh my God, here goes black women. Like, and it was crazy how immediately he insinuated her being treated better and having standards as being a white woman. And
my whole life, I was accused, especially by black guys and boys, all through elementary, middle school, high school, of, oh, you act white. And I couldn't, I mean, I understood kind of what they meant, but I never understood why. And I was like, is it because I speak with proper English and that I don't speak ghetto hood? And
Ghetto hood.
Yeah. Is it because I never lived in the hood that I was born and raised in the suburbs, and I went to private school, and I mean, I was like, I don't understand. Am I supposed to be like, yo, 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 yo? I can't even do that right. When I try to sound ghetto,
Yeah.
I get it all messed up. I sound like a freaking moron.
You know what, Indiana mom? I mean, that's your environment, and you know what? It's cute. Look, you sound like a valley girl, but it's cute.
I am a valley girl because
there
I'm,
you go.
I'm from the 80s. I'm from the 80s. I was a teenager in the 80s, and everything was a dude and tubular and gag me with a pitchfork and I mean everything. I can't speak a full sentence without saying the word like. I call everybody dude. I'm stuck in the 80s, and me and my son, we have this thing, and it's really irritating because we kind of drive each other crazy. I accidentally call him dude, and then he accidentally calls me brah. Yeah, and it's like our conversation is like, dude, take out the trash, and he's like, bruh. Stop calling me dude. And I'm like,
stop calling me
I didn't call you dude. And he's like, yeah, you did. You called me dude when you told me to take out the trash. And I'm like, dude, just take out the freaking trash. And he's like, bruh, stop calling me dude. And I'm like, I'm your mother. Stop calling me brah. And he's like, and it goes on. And my husband is sitting at the freaking counter just giggling his white ass off. Just and we look at him and we're like, the fuck is wrong with you? Really?
You don't have to be from the suburbs to say dude, because I've heard them would say too. Dude.
Bill and Ted moments.
Oh my god. I am a Bill and Ted kid. Okay. But more than anything, if you're from the 80s, and Diamond will know. I'll
tell you.
Think about the movie 16 Candles.
And what's the other movie with Mike Myers and Dana Carvey when they did this song Rhapsody?
They did.
It was the skip. You know what I'm talking about.
I can't think of the name of the movie.
Garth and Wayne's World.
It's Wayne's World.
Party time. Excellent. Sure.
Okay. But dude, if you're familiar with 16 Candles, with Molly Ringwald.
Yeah.
Okay. That was my life. Except the only difference is that my family didn't forget my birthday. But otherwise, it was, I had the little nerdy freshman that had a crush on me when I was a sophomore, and he would not leave. Oh my God, he was so irritating. But I couldn't be mean to him because he wasn't being a jerk. He wasn't.
He was just nerdy. And I think of Romy and Michelle.
And then I had a crush. I had a crush on a senior like Jake. Oh, he was beautiful. He was magnificent. He was amazing. And he didn't know that I existed. And I hated his girlfriend because she was the biggest bitch in the whole freaking school.
Oh, wow.
Well, she's supposed to be, right? And that's Interracial 16 Candles, the next generation.
I'm telling you, that was my life.
Okay.
Can I borrow your underpants for 10 minutes? Yeah, that was my life.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Now, did the nerdy kid end up with the prom queen?
No, he did not.
Oh, that
No.
didn't work out. Well, that
No.
sucked.
No,
Like,
no. He didn't
you know,
get her.
like the movie was. He ended up with Jake's girlfriend, and she was like,
Yeah, no.
all
No.
in love with him and stuff. I
No.
guess that's a fantasy.
I didn't end up with Jake, the senior hottie. I didn't get him either. And but the movie Dirty Dancing, where my dad absolutely hated the dude that I was so in love with. And this guy treated me like gold. Like gold. And he was so intimidated by my dad. He tried so hard to impress my father in high school. And my dad wasn't having it because he was a white guy.
Your dad was a white guy?
No, my dad wasn't having it. Because my boyfriend was the white guy.
Oh, okay. I was just like,
And he went out of his way to treat me like gold.
oh, okay. Hey, do we have who's La
Chica Spencer?
Yeah.
No, she's voicing that. Yeah, like you've been saying all along, we have a lot to offer. We got a lot that we bring to the table. She's so right. We need to come up off of that.
I get it.
We need to come up off of that dusty wardrobe outside the home. Yes, La Chica. Yes,
ma'am.
Hey,
Yes, ma'am.
Let me second that. Look, yeah, with the bonnet and stuff. My wife wears one to bed. She does.
To bed. That's
it. And that's it. She
I
won't
wear
go
one to
out-
bed. Yeah.
She won't go outside with it on. She won't.
No.
But I've seen black women go to the store with the bonnet. I'm just like, yeah, but actually that's rare. Actually, black women dress really nice and have it together, but there are some black women that do that.
The hood ones.
Yeah, the hood ones. And then you have the hood Beckys I've seen wearing bonnets. Like, what is that? Or
Dude, I've seen black dudes wearing bonnets outside. And I'm like, I don't understand.
Black dudes wearing bonnets?
Yes. I've seen
haven't-
black guys wearing bonnets outside.
I haven't seen that, but
I've seen what the do-rags.
Not in our community. Not in our community because there are no black men in our community.
But the bonnets.
But like on YouTube, or not YouTube, but on TikTok, I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Not cute.
And I'm like, huh?
Yeah, they think that's cute, I guess. They're trying to be like
It's
Tyler
not.
Perry.
It's not cute.
Want to say hi to Alexander? Are you still with us?
Hey, Alex, what's going on?
Hey, everyone! I just got here. I got finished with the live. I was doing the open mic live, and it was
okay.
yeah. I just want to say I agree with everything. I agree with everything that was said on here. I agree. And the thing of it is, not every black woman, is going outside wearing a bonnet. That's just some made up lines that, again, black men is made up to make black women seem undesirable.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add, Alexander?
Oh yeah, and shoot, no, wait.
What happened?
I think he's collecting his thoughts.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. um, I also want to say, you know, it's time for Black women to get out of their comfort zone.
Yes, agreed.
Yes.
100%. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Alexander. That was awesome. And
Absolutely.
you were so
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Get out of that comfort zone. And Black women, white men, I tell them both, get out of that comfort zone. Asian
Yeah.
men too. Let's um here's the thing. Black women right now in America, okay,
Okay.
is the best option for all groups of men. Black, white,
Oh, we know.
everybody. No, but
We know.
yeah,
Hey.
yeah, you know this, right? But the numbers are telling us this too. It's not just, hey, we already knew that. Yeah, but there's proof. They've done studies on this. Did you know white men will have more wealth when they marry black women
Yes,
than white women? And that's a
absolutely.
statistical truth. Okay.
My husband's brother is married to a white woman. At graduation, when they graduated from college, he's 4 years older than my husband. When he graduated from college, and when my husband graduated from college, they both got the same amount of money from their parents as like a graduation gift type thing. And the older brother, my brother-in-law, is now worth probably around 1.5 million, while my husband literally is worth over 10 million.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Okay.
and
And I thought I was
the
doing
only
good with my little 6 figure.
You still are, friend.
but
Yeah.
the only difference between the two boys
Mhm.
is that my brother-in-law married a white woman and my husband married me. And over the years that they've been married, whenever they hit a big milestone and they got a big payout and they got a nice check, my sister-in-law was, oh, we got to buy this, we got to pay for this, we got to order this, we got to get this, and she would literally spend every single penny that came in, while me, I'm like, okay, let's pay these bills and put the rest in savings or invest, period. And that's the difference. And my brother-in-law, I'm so glad nobody knows my real name, but my brother-in-law has secretly told me, he's like, I probably should have married a black woman because
Oh my God. You know what?
I wouldn't be
Oh.
literally broke with all this debt. And I mean, he's got a double mortgage. He's got all kinds of debt, and we have no debt. We've never for our land in our house, we paid cash for it. We've never had a mortgage. Never.
Nice.
So my brother-in-law was like, yeah, maybe my life would be better if I would have married a black woman.
You know what's crazy about that? I've heard people. You know what's funny, and this is awesome. You know, I tell you guys how my grandmother reacted when I married my wife.
Right.
She wasn't happy, right?
Right.
But the crazy thing is she fell in love with my wife. It was like she always wanted me to come visit her, not to see me so much, but my wife.
Aw.
You know,
That's
it was
sweet.
it was like and when I talked to her, this was like a few years ago before, she passed on. She says, she's like, with all the grandkids, she said, I worried about you the most. She said, you married a black woman. I thought it was going to be disaster. She said, out of all the grandkids, and I thought their marriages would be great. And I knew yours wouldn't last. But she says, you know what? You were right and I was so wrong. And she said, everybody's marriage failed except yours.
Yes.
And she said, you know what? You made the right choice and I was wrong. And she was like, now I see it. She said, black women are amazing. They're hardworking, they're educated, and they're dedicated. And she said, I never thought that. And it was and she meant it. I believe she really meant it because the proof was there. And seriously, with all my cousins, us as the grandchildren, I was the only success. And you know what? They married white people. Okay. They chose the white man and the white woman, and their marriages failed. I was the crazy one that decided to marry a black woman, which everybody thought that was going to be a disaster. Actually, I came out on top. My marriage is still going strong. I got children. I got grandchildren. I got generations. I have a legacy.
Yes.
Which, sad to say, that my cousins and my family don't have that. So
but that's not your fault.
It's not my fault, but we can look at it on the perception. We can look at are what we think, or we can look at the truth. Because I'm here to tell you that nothing that black women and white men relationships having success, it don't surprise me at all. That's not even I don't even say, wow, I never thought that would be. I knew there was going to be a success. And I'm telling you, it's going to flip. And I'm telling, and I would say to black men, you better start getting ready to compete. And when I did that show about white men and black men competing for black women,
yes,
this is a preview. And a lot of these guys said, well, we're not competing. What are you talking about? Well, you don't think you have to compete because you've had it so good. You've had it so easy. Because black women have rolled out the red carpet for you and have put you on that pedestal, but things are changing. And when black women say enough is enough, and they're going to go with the man that has the bigger heart, the most love, and the most resources, you better step up to your A game or you're done. And here's the thing, this is going to happen.
It is.
It's already happening now. You cannot just say because you're black and she's black that she's got to take you. No, she don't. You don't belong to her.
Nope.
A woman belongs to herself and God. And if she chooses to bless you with access to her and her love, she don't belong to you.
Exactly.
And let me tell you, and you better compete, because I'm telling you, as a white man, we're already competing. We know we have to compete. I know. I knew ever since I dated a black woman, I had to prove myself over and over and over and over and over again. And you know what? It's nerve-wracking, but you know what? It made me a better man. You know what? That's why my marriage is strong. That's why black women, white men are leading the way, because us as men, we're held accountable. We have to prove ourselves. It's not automatic. Black women ain't going to just throw themselves at a. We don't have access like that. We got to fight tooth and nail to get it. And when we get it, oh my God, there's no looking back. We know we're blessed and we
Right
embrace
on.
it. And we're never going to let it go. We're never going, because it's not about us. It's about her and our family. She's the
Yes.
pride. She's the
Yes,
treasure.
sir.
And you know what? That makes us better men. Just saying.
I mean, when I first started, literally, I didn't know it at the time, but when I walked into my freshman English class, Tree said he saw me and he was immediately like, "Yep, that's her."
Yeah. Hey, I want to welcome damn Kevin deader than an MF.
I love that name.
And Shelly and LS.
Is this
Welcome to
Ellis'
the
first
channel.
time?
Say again?
Is this the first time Ellis is on there, or?
I think so. I don't
Hello?
know. Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, everyone. Yes, this is my first time on your
Okay.
panel. And some type of way, I'm gonna say probably about a couple of months ago, you all were pulled into my algorithm for YouTube. So
Okay.
I've been catching some of your shows, and some of your posts for the past couple of months. You all have been on here quite a bit this evening.
Yeah, we 3 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I wanted to come onto your show because I had made the post about black women getting off the sidelines. And I'm a woman, black woman. I'm in my mid 40s and I'm the mother of two.
Okay.
And for me personally, of course, I would prefer to be with a black man, someone that looks like me, someone who I think we would better understand various things as we journey through life. But I have to say this, after having been married to a black man and it ended up in divorce, and seeing how a lot of my black sisters, we've been allowing ourselves to be on the sidelines because we prefer to be with a brother. So you get to a point where you say, how much value am I going to put on my life and my time waiting for the black man to get it together? And I'm not here to diss black men because there are a lot of black men out there that are doing
They're
well.
never gonna get it together.
Okay, hold on. Let her talk.
But there are a lot of black men out there who have it together and are getting it together. But in the meantime, it's like we as black women, we cannot continue to sit on the sidelines waiting for the brothers to get it together, because I feel like we've been waiting for decades. Black men have been dating outside of the black race some time ago. It's just now that I'm starting to gradually see more black women date outside their race. And oftentimes, the black women that I do see who choose to date outside the race, they generally do date white men. I would hope that in that connection, that it is genuine. And I apologize because my voice is a little raspy because I've had a cold. But I would hope that that connection is genuine, and that those two persons are with one another out of love and care. and just continuing their journey together. But by me being a mom of 2 females, I know the pickings are slim, in my opinion, as it relates to Black men. So I have to start training my 2 beautiful daughters
Yes.
to grow up and recognize what love is. And not all skin folk is kinfolk, so to speak.
Come on now.
So I have to train them to be able to recognize when a young man comes along and he's being a gentleman towards her. And even now, and they're only 5 and 8 years old, even now, I'm praying that in time to come, I pray that God will place someone in their life and at the appropriate time to bless their life, even if they are not Black. You following what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because I know the potential that God has birthed into their lives. So they need to be yoked up with the proper person, even if that person does not have their skin tone. But it is somewhat discouraging, even though I'm post divorce, when I've grown up in a 2-parent Black home.
Yes.
Never seen my parents argue. Never seen them argue. Never seen any domestic violence or anything. And you grew up during that time with the Cosby Show and all of the Black love and all of that. So you get this in your head. So you end up at my age at the time marrying a Black man. But this Black man that I yoked myself up with, he had vices. And one of his vices was gambling. Okay? I'm a saver, not a spender.
Come on.
And to each his own.
Yes. Yeah.
But I cannot afford to be tied, whether they Black, green, yellow, blue, white, whatever. I cannot afford to be tied to someone who is throwing resources away when I'm trying to build for my life. So I had to cut my losses no matter how hurt I was and no matter how much I love the person. I had to cut my losses and move on with my life. And I've done better as a single Black man, Black female alone than I did being yoked up with a brother. And it's sad that so many Black women, we find ourselves in that cycle where we're like constantly in hustle mode to try to achieve our dreams, even though we have to achieve them alone.
Yeah.
And we just got to get off the sidelines. So right now, I'm sitting back waiting. Lord, I'm not trying to get in a committed relationship with somebody, but I am open to the idea of a nice friend coming along who gonna treat me right. And it be reciprocated. They can bless my life, and in turn, I can bless their life. But that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you for stepping up. I really do. I appreciate your
Thank
words.
you so much.
And please don't be a stranger. Come back. You know.
Oh yeah, you're welcome here anytime.
I'll be your friend.
Yeah, we'll all be your friend. Can we bless you? You know what? What you said, young lady, and I was just listening and thinking, where have we gotten to where we can't see the beauty in women and the value? And here's my thing. I always talk about Black women. Open up your option, you'll get a better option. If nothing else, more men will start competing for you instead of you competing for the Black men, because with the marriage rates and Black women outnumbering Black men and Black men dating out more than Black women, it just, the numbers are so against Black women. And I see so many Black women that are beautiful women, successful, educated, have it together, and settling for less because they got to be with that Black man. Now, you be with who you want to be with. I'm not, and I understand attraction and stuff, but it's like you deserve so much better. And I'm like, it's heartbreaking. I just, I've always loved black women because I've seen the beauty in black women. My heart belongs to black women, always have, because I see the beauty. I see, I see the beautiful spirit black women have. I see the kindness. I see, and that came so.
Is she okay?
You can.
Indiana mom.
Are you
Yeah.
crying?
Who?
Yeah,
What's
it's
wrong?
awesome. I love it.
Oh,
Are you crying?
I thought she was
No,
saying.
no,
okay.
I'm kind of giggling because I'm so loving it.
Oh, okay.
I thought she.
No,
I'm
but
sorry. I thought you were in pain.
Oh no.
No, but I mean, I've seen the beauty in black women, and when I was like 5 years old, I thought black women were the most amazing women ever, and I loved them, and I wouldn't, and there was no physical to it. I wasn't thinking about her body shape or anything like that. It was just pure love. It was, and I've seen that all my life, and and the sea.
But a 5-year-old, that is so pure.
Well, it's love because look, I
I
wasn't
love
thinking
it.
about how she looked. I wasn't thinking about her body parts or body shape.
Yeah.
I was too
Yeah.
young for that stuff, right?
Exactly.
But as I grew up through the years to a teenager to a man, the physical desire came because it's natural. But
Oh, sure.
when the love's there and all that other stuff comes in, it falls in place. And
Aw.
and I just think black women are getting the short end of the stick in society and their community, and their relationships. And really, if we look at it for what it really is, black women deserve the best. They should have whatever they want because they're actually doing most of the work. They're the most successful, most educated. Um, with the resources they have, they're doing better than the other groups of women.
Yeah, it's true.
And I'm like, wait a minute. And if we didn't have that segregated mindset or that color barrier, and we just love women and it didn't matter, black women would be the most that were married, the most desired, the most sought after women amongst all men. And why is that not happening right now? It's going to happen. It's shifting, but we need to wake up. And as men, I tell men, I said, you know what? Seek out black women. They're the best option. I even tell my son, and I say, you know what, son? I said, look how your mom treats you, how your mom's a good wife to me, a good mother to you. And I said, you need to get a wife that's like your mother. I
Okay,
tell my
but
son.
what has happened is that over the last 400 years, especially, when slavery happened in America, white men made it very clear, and they went out of their way to make sure that the white women were the standard.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Slavery don't even have to be a part of that for white women to be the standard of beauty. You know the reason white women are the standard of beauty? It's because
That's who majority white men marry.
Yeah, the reason is because the majority of men in America are married to white women. So if you're a man, the standard of beauty is your wife, and it should be. Look, does that mean white women are more beautiful than black women? Of course not. And I would say they're not. Black women are the most beautiful women on earth, hands down. But when it comes to a man's wife, she is the standard. And as white men, we put women on a pedestal. We have for centuries. Look, my grandfather did it, my father did it, and I'm doing it. The only difference is I got a black woman on my pedestal, but it's the same thing. We, we really value our women. We think of women as the treasure, as the prize, as the virtuous woman, as the Bible says. And men should do that. The problem I have is, why aren't black men out there saying black women are the most beautiful? I know
Because
there's
they
some,
don't like us.
well, there's some that do, but most of them ain't saying nothing. Are they degrade black women? From what I've seen. Now, but this is going to change because things are shifting. And I'm telling you, so when you say, well, white women are the standard of beauty, the European features and all that stuff, yeah, because most of the men here are of European descent. Let's be honest. So their standard of beauty is their wife, and that's all it is. That don't mean she's more beautiful because that's his standard. That just means most of the wives are white women, so they're going to be the standard beauty, because men should make their wife the standard of beauty. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's like, I don't know. It's like we bought into this thing. Well, most of them think this woman's the most beautiful. Most of them are married to that woman. Come on. I mean, but does that mean she's the most beautiful? Of course not.
No.
But you know what? White men are opening up their options more than white women now. We're white men, and I'm telling you, this is changing. White men are looking for something new, something different. Why do you think so many white men are reaching out to Asian women, Hispanic women? Come on now. Sometimes when you got it so good, you don't appreciate it. White women have been treated like princesses and pampered all their life. And you know what? After a while, white men are seeing, well, these women are showing me more love. I have a better relationship. Why am I going to stick with you when you just take me for granted? And I think black women are having a similar thing going on when they're putting black men on that pedestal and saying it's black men or nothing, but they're not getting the same love back. So they're like, okay, you're taking me for granted. I've been there for you. I've done everything, and you don't appreciate me like you should. Both black women and white men, we feel the same way with our counterparts in our community, and that's what's going to change, and that's what's already changing. People don't want to admit it. People want to think it's going to be the status quo forever. It's not.
Absolutely.
But anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I better stop, or I'll be talking all night.
No,
Okay,
don't apologize.
Brent,
It's
if you don't mind,
huh?
If you don't mind, I want to invite her, tell us to your you have prayer meeting on Tuesday nights, and basically it's a Bible kind of study, right?
Oh
That you
yeah,
have-
yeah, she could come. Yeah,
Yeah,
of
I just
course.
wanted
Look,
to remind
everybody's
you.
welcome to my prayer meeting, of course. Even the dusty dudes that hate me, they're welcome. Because if you're going, hey, if you're going to praise God, I want everybody to do it. I'm just saying. But
okay.
But yeah, everybody's welcome to the prayer. Yeah, of course. And LS, you could come on any of the shows. You feel free. I mean, and I like I love your perspective. You were honest and you told how you feel, and
Can
nothing wrong with that.
can I say one last thing? when you
Yes.
all were talking about standards.
Mhm.
When I mentioned about the Jiffy Pops and stuff like that, and the pajamas
Yeah.
and the slippers, I
Mhm.
know someone was saying, well, okay, people can be in a depressive state of mind. And that is true. But my point in that goes back to the key word that you all have been mentioning, standards.
Mhm.
Brought up in a time where you were just mindful of how you presented yourself to the world when you stepped out the door. And houseware remained in the house.
Right.
Outdoor wear remained for outdoors.
Mhm.
And I just prefer not to see, especially our young Black women,
Mhm.
you see Jiffy Pops, these very long eyelashes, these slippers, these pajamas. It and yes, you see it on some young white girls, but
Yeah.
most of the time it's on young Black women. And it's the code about having standards. And there's more to us than twerking all the time. Now, call
Yes.
me old school,
Mhm.
but less is more. And I think we've gotten away. And this is even as a culture, both in the Black community and white community. We've gotten away to where modesty is desire. Everybody feel like they got to show their body to try to attract the man.
Mhm.
And you don't have to do that. So when I say Black women have too much to offer, it's not just educationally, work ethic, monetarily, but there's more to us besides the superficial things
Mhm.
that can be presented. That's the point I'm making. But if even in depression, people with depression still know how to pull themselves together to go to the corner store.
Mhm.
So we're just without excuse, is the point I'm making. But I'm going to
Yeah.
drop down. I enjoy your panel, and I'll be mindful of your Tuesday Bible studies.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You're always welcome. And you have a awesome point. And I've thought this too. How we dress, how we conduct ourselves. I remember. And thank you, LS, for coming on. It was a pleasure talking to you, young lady. What she was saying is how people, you have your attire for, at home, the pajamas, you go out, you there's uh a proper place for everything, right? I think that's what
Yes.
she said. And I look at my grandparents, right? And I see pictures. My grandfather would wear a suit and he'd have a hat. My grandmother would wear dresses and she would look like Jackie Kennedy. Not as beautiful, but I mean, she fashion wise, she had it together. They look very professional. They look good. And look, this is both Black and white people dressed good back in the day. They wore suits. Women wore nice dresses. They looked good and they presented themselves well. In today's world, what are we doing? And I've been more fashion conscious lately since I, look back on that. Because you know what? Why shouldn't we look nice when we go somewhere? And it's not to outdress people,
No.
it's just to put a professional image. Where have we gotten away from that? Now we walk around in jeans and a t-shirt and just don't give a flip. I've seen people on YouTube. They make a video in just a raggedy t-shirt and like, oh, what the hell? Like you don't care how you look? What? I mean, I'm not saying wear a three-piece suit, but look nice. Present yourself because your image is important.
It says
You know,
everything.
it says something about you. You care how you look. You want to look nice. You know, Yeah, you can look good and have an awful spirit. Of course, I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is, you know, I mean, I don't know. I just like the professional look, and I just like when, you know, we present ourselves well, and that don't mean you have to have the best clothes, you know. You know,
But Brent,
yeah.
oh,
Go
sorry
ahead.
to
I'm sorry.
interrupt. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Yes.
but Brent, you see how
Yes.
it is like the comment. No offense to the person that made that comment, but it's just so you see how the standards for Black women is like you could, you know what I'm saying? It's not like yeah, we should, go out there with our, with high self-esteem and and look presentable, because let's face it, the way you look is the way we treat you.
Yeah.
It's just how it is. I didn't make the rules when I came to this earth. That's how the rules work. But it's just that idea of if you are a Black woman and you want nice things and you want to look cute, you want to have your hair done and your nails and your feet done and stuff like that. It's like you're being bougie, blah 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 blah. And I just want to piggyback real quick on what Indiana Mom said, and she made a valid point when she said that when she was younger, other Black guys would say, "Oh, you're acting white," just because she wasn't ratchet, she wasn't loud. She carried herself with respect. She had standards. And I even
Yeah.
had a Black girl classmate even said to me that I looked like I was going to marry a white man. And this is honestly to God, this is what she said, just because of the way I carried myself. And it's like they expect Black women to be a certain way. But is the expectations wrong, or is Black women doing these things like just coming outside without a care in the world? And I understand depression is real. I'm not denying that. But the comment was like, well, you could be a good you could be dress nice and be a bad person. Yes, okay, that's fine, but you could also dress bad and be a bad person too. So I mean, it is about character. But yeah,
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Yeah. Go
Usually
ahead.
when I see Black women, like,
hold on, we got some feedback going on somewhere.
hello,
But go
is it
ahead.
me?
I have no idea.
No,
Am I clear?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, I would say, like, when I was younger, like in high school, fuck, I'm still young, but when I was in high school, mostly I would see a lot of Black girls wearing the bonnet and slides and all that, and me, I would be the type who would wear like long pants. It's very rare to see me like wear shorts past my knees. I would wear long pants, or I would come to school with a dress and stuff like that. I preferred not to show a lot of skin, and I had my hair done and stuff like that. And majority of the time, I would get made fun of by the girls. They would call me a grandma, and then you have the boys calling me lame and asking me why I'm dressed like that. And to this day, I am called white. Like, many people say I'm whitewashed. Like, many Black people say I'm whitewashed, and I'm like, what? They're like, oh, you just don't talk Black, you don't act Black, you don't dress Black. And in my head, I'm like, what is Black supposed to excuse me?
When you're
How
cleaning
is that supposed to go? Because I was raised in a suburb, and my family is very conservative and traditional, and they're from another country. So, um, they didn't come to fit in. They rather came just to survive and stuff like that. And they I guess raised me different. I don't know, but
Yeah.
That's an insult. And every time when I hear a Black person say that, I hope they know that they are low-key stereotyping, and they are racist in a way. Because imagine if a white person said that. Everyone would say racist and stuff like that. But a Black person saying it, no one bats an eye. Like, that's really racist. You have such of a low standard for Black people that you paint all of them to be a certain way of whether not talking well, dressing unprofessional, and like how you go to sleep or what you wear to go to sleep, etc. You expect that to be normal. Like, like my husband, my mom would flip if I was to wear what I wear to bed outside of my house. But it's really crazy that Black people internalize the point of them being not professional to just being the normal way a Black person should act, in a way, like you shouldn't groom your hair, wearing bonnets and wearing what was those things, do-rags, and sagging your pants, and girls, wearing short booty shorts and wearing slides. Yeah, I've seen it all. And as soon as you don't fit in, it's being white. What does that say about Black people, in a way? Like, you're insulting your own race and culture. And it's racist.
I have to agree. I remember growing up, for the most part, Black boys didn't really, they ignored me. They were too busy chasing like the white girls. They ignored me. I got all of my hate growing up from other Black girls. And it was because my mother had a really good job, and we lived in the suburbs, and me and my sister were spoiled, and so I mean, I got a lot of hate from other Black girls. They hated me.
Okay. Can I address something real quick? TY Nicole, I think you're misunderstanding. Okay. I think she's like, why judge what people wear? It's not about that. I mean, I'm not saying you have to wear a suit to go outside.
No.
Just something presentable. You can wear a nice t-shirt and a nice pair of jeans going to the store. Look, when I say my grandfather and grandmother dressed really well, they did. That was
for their time.
That was for their time. They just dressed well when they went out. We don't do that anymore. I wish we were more like that. And it's not to judge people. It's just like, when you dress nice, you feel good. When you look good, it puts out a vibe about you. And I'm not going to say, well, I dress better than you. You're just in a t-shirt. I'm better. No, it ain't like that at all. I just, and it's not about judging. If women want to wear a bonnet to Walmart, that's up to them. I'm not going to say, well, she's garbage because she's got a bonnet on. No, I'm not going to do that. She could be a very beautiful person inside. And, I wouldn't let my daughters do that. I would, you know what I mean? And it's not a judgment thing. I think when I come on YouTube, I need to dress a certain way. I don't wear a 3-piece suit. Sometimes I'll wear a suit when I'm on, but I'll at least wear a polo shirt. Maybe I'll throw on a jersey that looks nice, or, I just want to put a good image, not to judge, but just to say, I don't know. I don't want to mislead people, and I don't want people to think I'm judging them because of how they dress. No, it's not that at all. What you wear don't determine your heart Okay.
No, it doesn't. No.
But it just feels good to look good. And look, when you're average at best like me, I mean, it feels good to wear some nice clothes because I have to do that. I don't have natural good looks like other people do.
I think
not,
I think dressing like the fashion thing is all about what's happening at the time. Like,
yeah, it's
when I think about like fashion, I remember being in the 80s and having my little denim mini skirt and tank top and big hair and blue eyeshadow. You know, I mean, that's what was happening at the time, you know, and it changes and shifts with the time.
If you're in an environment, this is what I taught my daughter when she graduated from high school 2006. Throughout
Okay.
her school life, I always told her, dress for the job that you want and dress for the life that you need, or vice versa, whatever. Okay. And I would always tell her, I said, people will judge you. I want you to dress comfortably, and because she had that wonderful fashion sense. She really did. But do not, gosh forbid, do not ever. She tried it. Go outside,
Right.
wearing pajamas and slippers. And she realized, oh my God, it's no big deal. Yes, it is a big deal. Because when you go out that door, you are in one gang and one gang only. And we ain't jumping nobody else in, okay?
Yes,
You are
ma'am.
going to dress clean. You're going to be dressed clean and proper. Even if you want to tweak a little bit of the, I don't know, BT, MTV, and all that kind of stuff. But you're going to keep that down to a minimum because people will judge you. But at the same time, I want you to feel comfortable in your own skin. And they're going to judge you by how you talk and etc. She had to constantly explain herself. You have to say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. You have to say yes or no, sir. I'm from the South. That's how I was raised. When my mother and my father, was raising us, to piggyback on what you were saying, Brent. My mother, she come to the school. My mother was looking suave, okay, and made me proud. That's my mama. Yeah, get you a mama like that.
Yeah.
My mama's so pretty. Don't you wish your mama looked like my mama? I was proud of her. And so the standard is set. That when you come out this house, you're not coming out here embarrassing me. You want to wear that crap, you stay home. You're not coming out there looking at that. But anyway, to add to that, with how you judging people on how they dress and how they walk and how they talk, I had to constantly remind her the letters of the alphabet, including the consonants and the vowels, they don't come in nationalities. So you will speak the correct English. Okay, I lived in the hood, but I told her you will speak correct English. She said it wrong.
Ma'am.
Repeat it.
Oh, we were not
Correct her.
allowed to use slang or any of that stuff in our house. No,
When
no,
you're talking to your
ma'am.
peers, okay. But when you're talking to, it's called code switching. I have a bachelor's degree in communication rhetorical studies. You design your speech to whom you're addressing. If you're talking to your teachers, if you're talking to your parents, if you're talking to your grandparents, you're talking to your employers, you will maintain a kind of a professional like atmosphere, a respectful atmosphere. I said
Yes,
there are gonna be
ma'am.
some adults who'll say, yes, ma'am, and me, I ain't that old.
Yeah.
Here's your disclaimer. My parents demand that I talk to you with respect. It has nothing to do with your age.
You know what?
But the thing is with me personally and my like my sister, we've never had code switching. We never. I don't speak code switching. I speak to everyone the same way.
Yeah,
all the time.
You know what I noticed? I don't mean to spin this around, but when we talk about how people dressed back in the day, I
Yeah.
was watching a documentary on the civil rights thing and Martin Luther King. And did you know when they would go out and march, they would dress really well? They
Like they
would
were going to
wear,
church.
yeah,
Yes.
like they're going to church. They would dress, and you know why they did that? They could have went in Levi's and a t-shirt,
Yeah.
but they wanted to put forth a professional image. They
professional
wanted
image.
a professional, peaceful image, right? And it makes sense because
Yes.
you know, it gives the perception that you're professional people. You're there because you're doing what needs to be done, but you're
Yes.
peaceful. You're professional, and actually that works. Now I can be in a three-piece suit, looking my best, and be a jackass. That's
Mhm.
or I could look like a bum and be the kindest, loving guy in the world, of
Mhm.
course.
Yeah.
And you know, but I noticed that because they wanted a good look on their image, what their movement stood for. They wanted a professional look.
Right.
And,
But the problem is
okay.
that in the end, we now know that they're the whole mission for them had nothing to do with equality and all that other BS. It was all about the men wanting to get in white women's pants.
Well,
Oh,
so yeah,
girl,
the Martin Luther King, yeah, screw him.
well, hey, okay. Hold on. Okay, let me say something. I don't want to say screw Martin Luther. Look, it's something that needed to happen. Look, Martin Luther King needed to be there. Now, did he have flaws? Of course he did.
He
Did
was
he
not
cheat?
perfect.
Did he
Yeah.
cheat on his wife? Yes. That wasn't good qualities. What was he? Did he want to be with a white woman, the lunch lady? Yes. Okay, that's not that. That's
well,
that. Well, hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
Okay. I
Right.
get it. He had a lot of flaws. What needed to happen at the time is, look, we did have segregation. We did have, we did treat other groups of people bad. Hey, let's be honest. And it needed to happen. Now, was he perfect? No. Did he have flaws? Yes. I think Coretta Scott King was mistreated. I think she would. I think she deserved better than Martin Luther King. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I just think she does. She needed a faithful husband. Okay. Now, it needed to happen. I have love for Martin Luther King. I think he was a good man, but then he had some bad things, right? It's like I look at Kennedy, right? My favorite Democrat was John Kennedy, right? I think he was a good man. He loved our country. He was a good president, but he was a jackass when it come to being a faithful husband to his wife. He was garbage in that area. And I think it's kind of like the Martin Luther King deal. You know, it needed to happen. I think there should have been, look, and if we were really going, if he really wanted to be with a white woman, he should have just come out and married a white woman. I know the times he had to have a black woman to be that leader, just like Barack Obama has to have a black woman to be the president, right? For some reason, when it comes to stuff like that, politics, power, black men have to have a black woman or it ain't going to work. But us as white men, I think we could have a black woman and be more powerful than if we had Becky at our side. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. I don't think I am. I think that would be a plus for us. If we're,
of course, but what turned me off on Martin Luther King was finding out that when he passed away, they had to sneak a white woman out of his hotel room so that he wouldn't be the bad guy.
No,
there was a white woman in his hotel room when he died, and they had to sneak her out to make him look good.
Okay. Yeah, well, I get it. But the movement, us
The
dealing
movement
with,
had nothing to do with black women. They
Well-
didn't care about us. They've never cared about us.
yeah, but we needed to get rid of segregation. We needed we can't treat other people as second class citizens.
Right, I understand that, but the simple
and-
point
Yeah.
is that these black men were not fighting for black people. They were fighting for themselves
Uh-huh.
to have access to white women. They didn't care about black women, just like the BLM, Black Lives Matter. It has nothing to do with black women. They don't care about us. BLM is all about black men.
Okay, let's get out of this. We're going down this rabbit hole. I'm
Sorry.
just saying. Yeah. It needed to happen, but I get what you're saying, but we can't. I mean, we need to move forward. Yeah, but yeah, do we always derail? The conversation's always derailed. It is.
It is. I'm
But you
sorry.
know what? It's all good. We're talking, and you know what? We get our perspective on it, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. I mean, but yeah, we lost some people. Were they mad, or they just dropped off? I don't know. But what I was saying is it needed to happen.
Yes.
I mean, we've had leaders do bad things. Look, David in the Bible had one of his soldiers unalive to get his wife. Now that's so incredible evil. Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I'm
Yeah,
not a
what's her
religious,
name?
I'm not a
Bathsheba?
religious
But
person.
but Sheba, yeah, he had a soldier put on the front line so he could take his wife. Bathsheba, yeah. Men have doing look, but was he a man of God? Yes, he was, but he did fall. He did something very wrong. What I'm saying is we have leaders for a reason. Now, men are corrupt. Okay, like I said with Kennedy, he was a womanizer. Martin Luther King was okay, but they were meant to be there at that time. And I think that's why Martin Luther King's wife was like, she never outed him because she knew what was going on was bigger than her and him, their marriage. It was much bigger. That was just my whole point. But I don't want to get wrapped up in that. We go through rabbit holes, but I just want to, I just think we need to do what's better for us, better for our country, better for us as individuals. And I think a lot of us need to open up our options like no tomorrow, and not just black women, white men. I think, we need to give black women, need to get to know black women, know what they're like, know what they're about.
You
Go ahead.
see, white men, I was just gonna say, many times white men are open to it. The problem is black women, however, because no, before you guys say I'm attacking, I'm not attacking. I'm just saying
I know
many black women have such a closed-minded, thought of even dating out, especially to white men. Oh, because they they've been told he's evil, he's the cause of all this racism and oppression, stuff like that, when we could really go over depth in history and, say yes. And also there's more people that cause oppression to Black women, but it doesn't fit a narrative. But Black women were ingrained ever since they're little girls. And it's a whole cycle. They were ingrained to, you know, only limit themselves to one race and let the race, even if the race go around with multiple other races of women and, make them and you a single mother, you have to stay loyal to them. That, Black women were taught that. And when they're growing up, that mentality is still with you. It's hard to, you know, unravel a person with that mentality when they've been told to lower their worth and standard and eventually in a way have low self-esteem just to have those men who don't even like you, like who can tell the world they dislike you. And then when you come across a white man who, I'm not saying they're perfect, but a white man who may be nice and offering to give you a nice living, many Black women, the first thing they see is his skin color, and that's problematic. While that white man, he don't even see her skin color. He just sees a woman. She's beautiful. She just happened to have more melanin than him. That's all most of them be seeing. Like I've had many white male friends, and many times, many of them would say, "Yeah, I don't really care about race like that. I just see a woman for who she is." Some would say other interesting stuff, but most of them are also kind of scared of Black women because most of them don't want to come towards the SJW types because they are trying to just see you as a woman, not because of your race, or they don't want race to play a factor in their relationship at all. Just humans, that's all. But many are open to it, but they mostly say, and I mostly read stories and stuff like that, I see many times it goes with the same factor. The Black woman don't like me. Oh, the Black woman told me that she only prefers Black men, So white men have always been open to dating any race of women, whether Asian or Black. The problem is they will go towards an Asian woman because she's more open-minded towards dating him, while a Black woman, on the other hand, is closing her doors to every other man that may find her attractive. Especially if he's white, she will double slam that door because she's been ingrained to not see anyone else as better for her than the Black man. And sometimes she would even lower herself just to get that Black man. And it's hard because some are learning, but sadly the majority of Black women always say they rather stay single or they rather die alone if they don't have a Black man. And it's gonna take a lot of century for that mentality to wear off.
Yeah, and you know what? You made such a good point. And here's the thing. I've heard Black women say, okay, you say white men are interested. Where they at? Where they at? Well, you made a good point. When you say that you'd rather be with a Black man or die alone, what are we supposed to think? And even Black women that are coming around, opening up their options, they say, well, I really wanted to be with the Black man, but I see where I might have to open up my options. It's like, really? Like, why the hell would I go for a Black woman that says, well, I originally wanted a Black man, but I think you're the best option because you're a hard worker or some crap. I don't want you at that point. I want to be number one, just like everybody else that has a relationship. And you hit the nail on the head, and I'm glad you said it because you put it better than I could have dreamed of. That is the problem. You want to know why white men aren't beating down your door, Black women? Let me tell you why. Because they see that you want the black man more than anything, and you're willing to die alone to have that black man. So why would I approach you when you tell me that? And I know that's not all black women, but there's a number of black women, a lot of black women that say that. So those black women that you really love white men or Asian men, and you want to open up your options, this is what's holding it back. Because I never want to be second best. No man wants to be the second choice. No woman wants to be the second choice. How would it look if I say, well, I'm going to date black women, but Becky was my choice, but she let me down. Okay, Keisha, you want to go out sometime? Really? She's probably going to slap me in the face and move on. And here's the thing. And what you said was so true. And you want to know why white men don't think black women like us? It's because of that. And it don't have to be all black women saying that. It just takes a few, and then we get the message. Okay, you don't want a Brad, you want Tyrone and nothing else, and you don't. Hey, why am I even trying to talk to you at this point? You know what I mean? And I know black women don't all think that way. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that's the perception that's out there. That's why there's a barrier. And I know it's conditioning, and I know, but I mean, it's real. And Asian women are so much easier to approach than black women. It's not even funny. In fact, Asian women love us more than their own group of men. We know Asian women love us. We know we have a shot with Asian women. Hell, we have a better shot with her than Becky by far. We know it. We see it. Black women, not so much. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm being real. Now, I'm a different animal. I don't care. I was going to be with the black woman. If there's only one in this world that loves me, I'm going to find her. That's my mentality, but I'm different. I'm most white men are not like me. I'm my own person, but I'm glad you said that. And sorry I went on a little rant about this, but I see this as a problem. Ladies, don't ever, if you're going to date a white man, don't ever say that, you did it because there ain't enough black men. Don't say that. You're just telling him he's not good enough. And you're there because he's the fallback option. And black women, you don't want to be the fallback option. Tyrone's treated you like that. Don't treat a Brad like that actually has love for you. Just leave him alone because that ain't right. That ain't fair. But anyway, I think I said a mouthful, didn't I?
Yeah, as I was thinking earlier when the conversation was about to be derailed, I came to a conclusion that the black community, I'd say maybe it was after the plantation days, the roles just flipped. Like, because the roles just flipped and people are trying to ease the black man's feelings and make him feel better, it became a dysfunction actually. Like, instead of you telling them to be this and this and that and go compete, etc. So, oh no, it's not your fault, it's this, that, you cuddled them. And then when they grow up, they expect yes, my way, because their moms told them it's going to be their way, because their moms, it's women's nature to be nurturing and try to protect their kids and make their kids happy. Their mom had that intention, but their moms didn't know that it would turn sour and these men are entitled to women, etc. And then you have the girls being indoctrinated to see themselves as lower just to get a man. The roles just flipped, that now the women are the hunters and trying to catch the prey, which is the men, while the men are literally telling you no, ill. The black community flipped its roles so bad that it's dysfunctional. Other groups of people understand, how certain things work, um white women, they've been pampered for a while. Like ever since being babies, they've been pampered by their fathers, etc. While black women, they've been thrown into the cold to survive on their own, and it's crazy. And with that being said, when you put two people that been pampered their whole lives in a relationship, they're going to expect the other partner to pamper them. And that's not going to go well, because it's like, no, I get my way. And the other's like, no, I get my way. And they won't come to a conclusion. So they have a dysfunctional relationship. But when you put two people that one is the one that's been fending their lives and trying to survive, while the other one is also the one that can give you some resources to survive, you can work that out, and it progress. So that's one reason why black women and white men work together, because they kind of are what they always wanted in their partners, but never really got, but they got it, and just someone else that's a different race of them. But and it's also can explain the dysfunction of the black community. Sadly, little black girls are told that they're not enough, and if they work like a mule, if they say, oh, I don't care if you don't have a house, you could do whatever you want, or stuff like that, just to say they got a man, while the guys are praised and so they could treat you like anything. It's just, that's the dysfunction. It shows the dysfunction. And what breaks my heart mostly is when black women are being courted by other men and they refuse to look at those other men, because they cannot let go of the pathology that they're not enough, and these men are not their race, and etc. And I always tell black women, love comes in all shapes, all colors, sizes, whatever.
Yeah.
And they they barely listen. I remember before I graduated high school, I asked a black girl what was her preference, because she was eye goggling this football player and stuff like that. And she was like, a black man. I'm like, are you open to dating outside your race? And she told me no. She told me she rather stick with a black man. And I told her, you are very beautiful and you shouldn't limit yourself to one race of men. If a white boy finds interest in you and wants to court you, you should be open-minded to him. His race shouldn't be a factor of if he's a quality man, etc., etc. Just imagine if those roles reversed and how you would negatively take that. Now, it's horrible. Like, black women are sadly becoming the oppressors and oppressed. They're oppressors towards men that actually see them as value because they're not black, but they are oppressed by their own men who they only want, who are black. And it's crazy that they can't see how they've been negatively wired, and been put into this stigmas and stuff by these men, and even sometime the old generation that had to go through this sad stuff. And I don't know what I could do to help black women. I try to speak out for them. I'm on my book right now on black women and white men to help. I just wish more black women could see their love for themselves and see how other men love them, and other men won't belittle you for your skin color or your hair type not being straight, stuff like that, or your features not being Eurocentric, like many of these men that looks like you do. But it's very hard, Brent, because they're not gonna listen, because you see other black women who do date out and said you should open up your options, and half of the comments are of black women saying, nah, I'd rather stick to the kings. I'd rather stick to the brothers. I'd rather stick to my chocolate black man. Yet I barely see any black men in the comments saying we love you too, or we'll stick with you. All I see is thank you. That's all. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling us that you'll stick with us, even no matter what we say about you to the world. And it's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, it is crazy because they're not giving back to the black woman what she's given to the man, to the black man. And that's troubling in itself. You know, I've had panels where women come up and we'll get into a discussion and they'll say, well, my father's a good man, my son's a good man, and we go down a rabbit hole, and then it's about her son and the emotions get going, and it's like, oh my God, I wasn't talking about your specific son or father, and we'll get derailed into this, and we'll miss the point. And and I understand a mother's love for her child. I get that. But you never see, you get in a discussion, you never see black men say, when they're degrading black women, they'll never say, well, I have a daughter, I have a black daughter, I have a black mom, I have, they're good women. What the hell? They don't do that, do they? Has anybody ever seen that?
What?
But you'll see a black woman defend her son, her father or brother, black men all the time, even if they're trying to open up their options. But I never have seen a black man say, well, what about my black daughter, my black wife? You don't get the same reaction.
Well, I do see them say it, but when a black woman say it, she uses her family members to represent all black men. Because I have a
Yeah.
good black father, all black men are good. But black men, when they're degrading black women, they use their family members as well. The only good black woman I know is my wife, my sister, but besides that,
Yeah,
other black women are
okay.
trash.
Yeah, and I get that, but it's not the same reaction. And you know what? I look at it this way too. We could have a show where we make fun of Becky all night. Okay. I'm not saying I want to do a show like that, but let's say we did, right? Becky's and Karen's, and we dragged them and just talked about them, and I could go to bed at night and still love my mother and my cousins and all the white women in my family and think they're wonderful, and I can drag white women and no problem. I think I could just separate that, where a lot of black women can't. They got a black son and they think because a black man's getting dragged, that they put it like in the collective. Does that make sense? That's the way I see it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying
I
too.
mean, you could make fun of Becky all night. I still love my mother. I don't get emotional with that. I don't care. I know who you're talking about is not my personal mom. It's weird to me. It's like, it's like, because your son's this, you got to defend every man that's like your son. It would be like me, okay, we can't talk about white women because my mom is white. Even though white women might be doing stupid things, we can't do that. That's like the same thing. For me, I don't care. If she's wrong, she's wrong. I could still love my family members without, I don't know.
Yeah, if I see a black woman saying some truthful shit, I have 4 brothers, and they're like good men. I love my brothers. If someone is talking about black men, I'm not going to even think of my brothers, because I'm gonna be like, nah, it doesn't apply to my brothers, so I'm not really gonna use my brothers to define it. I'm going to be like, okay, yeah, okay, you're telling some truth. Even if I have black brothers, I mean, they don't represent the collective. If the shoe don't apply, let it fly, or hit dogs will holler. That's what that would relate to.
Yeah.
Like if we're talking about dating, if we're talking about attitude wise and stuff like that, there shouldn't be a reason why you're thinking about your brothers or
Yeah.
your family members in that case. Like, what is this? If
Right.
you're doing incest, that's fine, but normal,
Well,
the average person don't do that. I'm sorry.
yeah, but it's strange, and I cringe when we get into an argument like that, and it's happened, a few times, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm not talking about your family member, okay? We're talking about it. I don't know. And sometimes maybe women come across like that. Maybe they're just trolling me or trolling the panel to get an uproar. But I don't think they're trolling. I think that's just they have an emotional connection to their children. I think they put it together with what we're talking about, which it's a different thing. Yeah.
I was just gonna say this random thing, like, this is random, but it came up in my head where we were talking about the image of Black women.
Yeah.
Sorry guys for bringing it up, but I was just thinking about my mom. Like, usually when my mom's home, when she's cooking and stuff, she would have like the bandanas, like the Haitian bandanas that the women in my culture to tie their hair with every day when they're home. She would have like comfortable shorts on or a dress, stuff like that. And then when she goes out, my mom is the most feminine looking woman. Like, her hair is done. She got red lipstick on. She has a dress on, or she have nice classy clothes. You'll never see my mom wearing like shorts or ripped jeans. Like, this lady is covered.
Yeah.
And she would teach me, like, I would get mad every day when she would look at me. When I was younger, I used to wear like jeans and a t-shirt, or like, I'm not even trying. She would look at me and then she's like, we're going out, right? And I'm like, yeah. And then she's like, wear something better. And then I'm like, I don't care how people view me. But then as I grew further, I realized that it is human nature, and humans will judge each other. And
Yeah.
not because humans will judge me, I just grew into the habit of wearing more dresses. Half of my wardrobe is dresses. And so it's like, when I go out, I'm always wearing dresses, as opposed to when I'm home wearing flip-flops and a tank top, or wearing leggings and stuff like that, and wrapping my hair up and putting on a bandana. Like, that's different too. When I go out, I'm always looking nice, because not only am I showing that I'm professional, but I'm also showing that I'm making my husband look good as well. And
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, and yeah, that can have an effect. I tell you a story. I went to one of my wife's functions, and I'm not going to tell you where she works because that's nobody's business. And YouTube, with the people trying to oust you or whatever. But I went to where my wife works. They had a function, and they were giving awards, and my wife got one, and it was a big deal, right? Well, when we went to this thing, I wore a suit. My wife bought a new dress. We were dressed really nice, right? We went all out. I had a suit, she had a dress, and we were looking good, how we were dressed. And this is the craziest thing. Me and my wife were there, and we're like at a table, right? And two of the women that my wife works with, they were with Black men, and their pants were sagging. The women were wearing like a tank top and shorts, and it was like and the funny thing is we got up to get some snacks and some food, and this Black lady, she looked at me and my wife, and let me see if I could give the impression. Let me cam up here. She looked at me and my wife. She goes, looked at us. And then the other two couples, interracial couples, she looked at them like, and then looked at me and my wife. And this woman isn't in an interracial relationship, but she looked at me and my wife. She says, no wonder your marriages last longer than theirs. And just walked off. And I was like, she didn't just say that, but she did. And she said, no wonder your marriages last longer. You sure look better. You dress better. I mean, and maybe that's okay. Don't judge people how they dress, but people do. But that reflects my wife. It's her job. It's her career. And as her husband, I'm going to look my best for her. That's the respect I have for my wife. And when I'm at my job and we have special events, she looks her best for me. It's you know, it's showing love and respect. Because I could have showed up at her job with a t-shirt with holes in it and not give a flip. But that kind of hurts her image too. Because I'm her husband, you know.
Yeah, I understand. And you can be a bad person and still dress nice. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, dressing nice don't make your character. I get it, but people have to understand it's just human nature. Like people will judge you by how you present yourself. Why do you think, trash bags like Kevin Samuels got famous? Because he literally wore a suit and he
Yes.
talked to some misogynists, and people thought, oh, he's smart, he educated. Why do you think people like Andrew Tate is famous? He mostly showing himself like with a suit on and in fancy places like that. Like people will gravitate towards people they think is professional looking. I dare you to go to a job interview with sweatpants on and a tank top. Let's see if you get that job interview compared to someone who may be a shitty person and less experience, but they have a suit on or a dress on. They'll probably have more the job than you do because their image looks professional.
Yeah, and with Kevin Samuel, what I will give him is he dressed professional. He had a suit on. His studio looked really nice desk. It looked so professional. Now the stuff he was spewing was garbage, in my opinion, but it looked good. His set looked good. He dressed professional. People bought into that. Oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. He's educated. He dresses well. And they bought into that. So many people will buy into that. And look, there's a guy on YouTube that I like watching that inspired me. He was the nicest guy. Great guy. But he only wore a t-shirt. He never really... And people used to make fun of him because of that. I think one guy's has more character than the other. It's just the other guy looked nicer. But I get that too. Yeah, what you wear, it puts an image. It don't define you as a person by no means. But it kind of does when I show up to my wife's job looking my best, because that's saying I love her so much that I want to give the best presentation of myself for her. Because whether you like it or not, I represent her as her husband. She represents me as my wife. So it's important we give that image. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, but you can dress how you want. I'm not going to judge nobody. If I see a woman in the Walmart with the bonnet, oh well, that's her. I'm not going to sit there and look at this. This is ridiculous.
Yes. I remember my husband used to be in the military. And one thing that, like, they usually have this thing called a ball to celebrate the service's birthday. And it was Yes. And
Oh.
me, I decided to match with his uniform.
Mhm.
And me, I picked a dress that was comfortable to move in, but also this dress was appropriate. It wasn't showing a lot of cleavage. It wasn't showing a lot of skin. I wasn't wearing too much crazy makeup, etc. Because I know that in a professional setting like the military, I won't say which branch, but the
Mhm.
like military environment, a professional one thing you can do is be respectful and also, make your spouse look good, like
Mhm. Yeah.
I know I'm around other people of higher rank and higher ups that my presentation can make people see my husband who was a good higher rank up in a bad way. So I
Yeah.
respected what he did, and I wanted to show that I actually cared for
Yeah.
that environment, and I actually managed to dress well. You know, I I could have went with um a cocktail dress, which isn't appropriate. That's definitely not what you should be wearing. It's actually one of the rules not to wear. But I could have disobeyed the rules and wear a cocktail dress, or I would have wear a long dress that shows a lot of skin. If I was, that's just negatively impacting me, but
Mhm.
also my husband. And I
Yeah.
didn't do that. Because you
Yeah.
have to consider there's more than one person in this case.
I tell you what, me and my wife, we went to the Army Ball a number of times. We had a blast. I mean, it was um an event. It was a formal event. It was fun. I remember we did it. We went to the Army Ball before I went to Iraq and when I got back. And I mean, it was just nice. I got, I get my uniform looking nice. My wife would get a new dress. And she did what you did. She kind of, made it match and stuff. And I mean, it was a big deal. She would get her hair done. She would, um, yeah, it was just like, it was almost like a week event getting ready for this thing. But we had a blast. And some of our best times in the Army was those balls. I remember it was, yeah. And my wife's been in my with me my whole career, all 20 years. So um well, and her dad was retired Army. He was, he went to Vietnam twice. And she dealt with her dad being in the Army, and then me, her husband, now our son's in the Army. If there's ever an Army wife, my wife is it. I just she was born into it and living her whole life in it. But yeah, but those
Lucky
ball,
woman.
huh?
So she was a lucky woman.
Yeah, well, she I would say I was the lucky one because having to put up with my career and all the uncertainty and me having to be gone so many times for training, deployments. Um Gosh, I definitely am the lucky one. I'm the blessed one because without her, I couldn't do my mission. I couldn't do what I needed to do. And that just speaks character into her, you know. Just it's not easy. And I'm very blessed to have my wife. It Whatever my wife wants, I'll give her. And she deserves it. Um, she's given more to me than I could ever repay, really. Um, but you know what? I chose right, and I reaped the rewards. I mean, I seen beauty where it was really at. I seen, and I would say to black women, you know what? Because I have my wife, because I have a good marriage, it's because of black women. The love black women have showed me as a little boy, and growing up to a man, black women have been a blessing to me. And I'm not talking the ones I dated. I'm talking just black women friendships I've had. Talking about my mother-in-law. Black women are just amazingly beautiful women. Whether they're 20 or 80, they're just amazing. How can I just and for me, I can't just I can't understand why black women just don't have the best amongst everybody. I'm just, and I'm not trying to say be biased and say they should have it all. No other woman should be blessed. No, I'm just saying they're actually doing the best. Shouldn't they have the best? I mean, and the smart black women are having the best because they know how to get. I mean, they're strategic, but in general, you know.
Yeah, that black women are very beautiful and they're very gifted and they're like they could work their minds in like ways you didn't even know
Yeah.
existed. And it's crazy that women with so much gift and a lot of stuff like they are masterpieces with like their bodies. Like God loved black women when he gave black women, certain features and traits and stuff like that. But it sucks
Yeah.
that they cannot see that is beautiful, and so they should be confident themselves. It really hurts to know that there's probably a black girl out there or a black woman out there that don't even see herself as much and putting herself down. It hurts, because I've seen so many beautiful black women in my lifetime. I've seen them beautiful, dark, light, brown. It's crazy. And the fact that they're told that they're never enough and stuff like that, it really hurts me. I
Yeah.
just want black women, because I'm about to go anyways, but I just want to tell like black women who may come upon this stream or anyone's right now like watching. I just want to tell you that you are very beautiful. You are worth it. And, you know, coming from me, I went through life, I was the type of black woman that thought I wasn't perfect enough because I was dealing with family belittling me and stuff like that. And even black boys making fun of my skin color or my hair or me reading books or how I dressed and black girls going along and laughing with them. But eventually I turned out around to loving myself, Who cares what
Yeah.
they think? I
Yeah.
started taking care of myself more and going along how I was, and now look at me. I am happily married. I have my daughter, my newborn daughter, and I am proud of that. Um, and my husband is not even black. And just taking a chance, a leap of faith, and going outside your boundaries, like changes your mind. I get it that you were ingrained and conditioned like this, but you need to fight the conditioning. Like you need to at least be open minded and try to be creative or um, be more um, optimistic. Like just be positive. Like who cares about skin color? Because
Mhm.
I bet you not all black people think the same. Not all white people think the same.
That's
Just
true.
go out there. Yeah, if a little white boy with glasses or whatever want to talk to you and stuff like that, give him a chance. Or a little Hispanic or an Asian, like give other people chances. It wouldn't be fair if it was roles reverse, you
Yeah.
know? So just be open-minded to people, be nice to people. Their race shouldn't determine how you treat them, you know? And if you do have the chance in a day, Black women, just go in the mirror and look at yourself for 10, 20 minutes and tell yourself you're beautiful and you're
Yeah.
worth it. You have a lot to offer. You're gifted. And any man, no matter his race, would be happy to have you. And that you're not going to tie yourself in chains to one race that may not even appreciate you. I appreciate you, Black women. I will always have, no matter what. Appreciate yourself. Start appreciating yourself. Let go of the negative mindsets that you were taught or you're around. You know? Start teaching
Yeah.
yourself. But thank you, Brent. I'm about to go to sleep. I need some sleep.
Yeah, I need to go to sleep too. Thank God I'm off tomorrow. Like, you know, but yeah, thanks for coming on. It's good to see you, and congratulations with your daughter.
Thank you.
Look, it was so long since my kids were little. Gosh, my youngest is 21. I mean, so, but I remember those days when I, when our kids were born. But yeah, yeah, I could talk all night about that, my family and stuff. Guys, thank you so much. It's good to have you on. And yeah, this was a blessing tonight. I enjoyed the show. Indiana Mom, you still there? Or did she fall asleep?
No,
Hey,
I'm here.
Alexander. Oh, you're here? Okay. Yeah, I'm about to close. So if you want to make a closing statement, and we'll go ahead and wrap this up. I enjoyed the show tonight. The panel was nice. Indiana Mom, you keep coming up with coincidences we have, and that's a beautiful thing. It's like we got so much in common. It's funny, but yeah.
The only thing I can say is for the young Black women of today that are curious or attracted to men of other races, just go for it.
Yeah.
Just do it. You will be pleasantly surprised that the majority of these guys are very, very they're gentlemanly. They hold doors open, they pay for dinner and so on, but they're also really, really creative. Once you get to know them and they get to know you, the dates become more creative. So
Yeah.
it's not always, oh, he's gonna take me to a 5-star restaurant that's $700 a plate. No. After he gets to know you, you're gonna do stuff that you enjoy doing. Hikes, picnics,
Skydiving. No.
like roller skating, out for ice cream, motorcycle rides. I mean, it's limitless. And every single date is so much fun. And it's simply because you're with a guy that you trust and he makes you feel safe, and he makes everything you do fun, but he's so protective. Oh my God. The first time, our second date was on the motorcycle, and Tree didn't know that I grew up riding on motorcycles with my dad and my brother, or not my brothers, but my uncles and everything. So I was not afraid of motorcycles. I love motorcycles. But our second date, he didn't tell me he was going to take me for a ride on the bike. He just showed up. And he was so nervous. He was like, okay, at the time, his apartment was like 7 or 8 blocks away from my dorm on campus. But he showed up on this motorcycle and he was like, is it cool? I mean, you're not gonna freak out? And I was like, oh my God. Okay. And I was a crotch rocket freak. I love crotch rockets. And he showed up on a CBR 600 with the crotch rocket. And I was like, dude, scoot your butt up. Let me jump on this. And when we went to a little Mexican place and we pigged out on tacos and some burritos. Oh my God. It was delicious. Delicious. And then he's like, do you want dessert? And I'm like, no, I want to ride on the bike. Let's go. So we ended up literally riding on his bike for like 6 hours.
Wow.
We got on the interstate and we just rode. Just rode. And he was pushing it and I was like, faster, faster, faster. And when he finally backed off and he was like, I can't do this. He's like, we're so illegal right now. He's like, but you were like, you're pushing me. The top speed we hit was 191 before he decided to back off. And I was like kind of upset.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, we had so much fun. So much fun.
Oh, were you asking that question? My question is where did you all meet your spouses?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you answered that. Is that the...
where did you guys meet?
Oh, I met my wife at a dance club. And what happened is I went out one night and my wife happened to be there. And I remember I knew her friends, but I didn't know my wife. It's the weirdest thing.
Okay.
I knew my wife's friends back when I was 16, but I didn't meet my wife till I was 23. Does that make sense?
Y'all kind of knew the same group?
Yeah. Oh,
but
yeah.
Y'all never
Oh, yeah.
crossed paths with each other.
Yeah. Yeah. We had friendships with the same friends and didn't cross paths. Tell me something crazy about that.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
But the crazy thing is I was in my young and dumb stage, but I remember we went to this dance club and I was so intoxicated. I didn't even.
No.
But yeah, I was. And the thing is I didn't talk to my wife till afterwards, right? And I don't even remember that night except talking to my wife. It was like it was a blur until I saw my wife. I approached her, and it was like crystal clear.
Okay, what do you mean afterward? Like at the end of the night?
Yeah, it was like we were coming out, and I saw her, and I was like, "Oh my God, I got to talk to her." And I had Indiana Mom, I was a mess. I had phone numbers written on my hand, and I was trying to hide it, and I was trying to talk to my wife. And the crazy thing is I was so nervous and I was trembling and I was just and she thought it was beautiful because I was like, she could tell I had feelings for her, but I wasn't smooth with the words.
Right.
And then when she talked to me, I remember I was like, oh my God, I love you. That's what I was thinking, right?
Oh, stop it.
And then I was talking, then she was talking to me, and she's got that personality. She's just pleasant to talk to. So I like relaxed, and it was going good. And we were talking, and she had to go, and I was like, okay, hey, let me get your number. And she's like, no. How about if I get yours? I'm like, oh my God, really? This ain't happening. I just, and the thing of it is anytime you ask a woman for her number, at least it was this way back in the day. And if she said, no, how about you give me yours? You're like, okay, she's not interested. Because usually she wasn't. Usually that was a nice way to let you down easy. And I was like, oh my God.
Because she's never going to call you.
Yeah. She got your number, she'll throw it away, and that's the end of that. So I gave it to her, and I was like, okay, I just assumed this ain't going, but it felt so right. It was like, but it just felt like we had a connection. I was like confused. So I was like, okay, so and one of her friends was there, and she was like, oh, you ain't going to talk to me? And I was ignoring her. I was like, whatever, because I was interested in my wife. I was being a bit of a jackass, but
you were all about Sandy.
I was. Sandy was everything. But it was funny because I gave her my number, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe she just kicked me to the curb like that. But okay. So a couple days later, she called me, and I was like, oh my God. I didn't say that, but I was like, oh yeah, I remember. Oh, how's it going? She's like, yeah, what are you doing later? I got this event. Maybe we can meet somewhere. I said, well, I told her where I lived, and she's like, okay, I'm going to be up that way anyway. So, she stopped, and we went to the park by my house, and we talked, and we had an awesome time. And I'm telling you, we didn't. And when I talk about, the Cheesecake Factory situation, whatever skit, I was like, your first date is getting to know each other, and that's what we did. Later on, I took her to nice places, and but it was awesome. Oh, Indiana Mom, I got to tell you something. This is funny. I don't mean to get off subject, but
okay.
I was raised by my dad, right? And
yes.
My mother, right? She's 17 years older than me, so not a big age gap, right? Well, my dad was 19 years older. They're teenagers, right?
They were kids.
But, yeah. Well, anyway, I had this girlfriend, right? And people knew that, and this is the thing, and you'll laugh because I would date black women, and they knew I wasn't interested in white girls, so they didn't. So if there were white women around, they didn't. Oh well, whatever, it's like they knew I wasn't into this, right? So, but if there was other black women, they would be cautious, like But this was funny. My mom came to visit me, right? And she seen my dad and my stepmother. She knew them, but she didn't know my mother, right? And my mom, I have to show you a picture when I graduated. Okay. She looked really young. I was a teenager. She looked like a teenager too. And she saw me, the girlfriend I had saw me with my mom, right? And I didn't know she saw me, but Next time I saw her, she was so mad at me. She said, I never thought, I thought you couldn't stand white girls. Why are you with one now, huh? That was a good, yeah, you fooled me. And I'm like, what are you talking
Oh,
about?
she flipped out on you.
Yeah, she thought my mom was like a girlfriend.
Oh, no.
And I was like, I couldn't understand why she was flipping out. And I was like, oh my God, you saw me with my mom. And then she came over and I introduced her to my mom, and she's like, oh my God, your mom looks so young. I thought you were messing around with her because she looked so young.
Oh,
And
no.
I was just like, I was laughing. It was like,
But as far as how we met our spouses, like Ty Nicole asked,
yeah.
I went to college. I went to Indiana University, and I walked into a class that was, I don't know how to explain it. I can't remember the name of the class, but it was kind of like, it was almost like a class about campus living. So the one semester was about how to do time management and make sure our bills were paid, and it was just teaching us how to live on our own. And there was probably about 50 of us in the class, and our professor split us into study groups and gave us different tasks to do and what have you. And Tree was in my study group, but I found out before we were in the study group, when I walked into the classroom, he said straight up, he told me, he looked up and he was like, he was like, I have to meet her. I have to talk to her. And we ended up in the same study group that day. And for about 3 weeks, we were meeting with our study group and in class and so on and so forth. And right around the month mark, he flat out looked at me and was like, after study group, can we go like out for coffee or for sandwiches or something? And I was like, sure, of course, and we started hanging out. We started spending time together. We realized that we had a lot in common. And I didn't know he was being protective or giving provisions or whatever, because every time we went out to eat or for coffee or dinner or whatever, he always paid. He always paid. He always picked me up. He always drove. But even beyond that, when I would have cheer practice and we weren't getting out of the gym until 8 o'clock at night, I would leave the gym, and he's sitting on the bench outside the gym to walk me to my dorm, because he was like, yeah, you don't need to be walking at night by yourself. It was constant. Everywhere I was, he showed up, and he was walking me where I need to be. He was escorting me to where I needed to be, and he was very protected. And literally, we were like best friends.
Okay.
Because we weren't dating. We weren't. And
Okay.
another guy asked me out on a date, and I was so excited because he was a football player, and I was a cheerleader, and I was like, oh, so and so asked me out on a date, and I told my best friend, who was Tree, and he was like, yeah, you're gonna, yeah, no, you need to let him know that you're gonna break the date. And I was like, why? And he's like, you're my girl. You're
Yeah.
my girl. I had no idea. And once he said, you're mine, you need to let oh boy know that he can't take you out on a date because you're my girlfriend. I did immediately. I called the other guy, and I was like, yeah, no, I can't go out with you. Nope. And that was, I mean, like I said, we were friends. We were super close friends for 9 months. Now, I understand now that he liked me the whole time, but I didn't know that. You know what I mean? I had no
Yeah.
clue how he felt about me. But after once he made it clear, and we began dating, and we became a couple, it was amazing.
All right. Wow. Okay, so we just told how we met our spouses. I remember back, and I was like, oh man, this was I remember talking to my wife so crystal clear, and that night I was so out of I was just I don't know, it's weird. I think
Yes.
there's something spiritual going on. It was meant to
Yes.
be.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I dated my wife like 2 months after that, and I proposed to her. And the crazy thing is I was ratty. I knew I knew I found my wife.
Right.
But I couldn't marry her that quick because I had to go back and finish my training in the army, and I had stuff I had to do, and I didn't know when I was coming home. So what I did is I said, okay, I told my wife, plan the wedding, I'll send you the money, and we'll do it as soon as I come home.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
So I did that, and we had an awesome wedding. It was we had it at like a clubhouse in a townhouse area.
Mm-hmm.
It had like a pool and like a banquet room. It was really nice, and there was a lot of people there. But people were like, they thought, okay, you know how everybody thinks, has their own conclusion why we're getting married. There were rumors going around that they thought Sandy was pregnant and I was
Oh,
marrying.
here we go.
Yeah,
Oh
she's
my God.
pregnant and he's marrying her because he got her pregnant because they messed around. And no, that wasn't it at all. She was not
Oh.
pregnant. I knew she wasn't. She knew she. It wasn't even about. I just loved my wife. I wanted to make her my wife, and that's what it was. But it was so crazy, and you know, my parents knew it wasn't. They knew I loved my wife.
Right.
You know,
And I
it's funny.
think that the major difference is you and Sandy met and y'all connected and got married like quickly.
We did, and
Yeah.
people say, okay, that how do you do it that quick? But see, here's the thing: within that 2 months, we spent a lot of time together, a lot.
Right.
I was always at her house. I met her family. Her family, you know, loved me. My family loved my wife. It was like it was almost like it was meant to be. It was like and after dating her a few times for those 2 months, we both wanted the same things in life. And you know, it was like it just came together. And I think my wife had so much respect for me.
Tree and I, we're different because we met in the fall of '89 and we were friends for 9 months. And we started dating like summer of '90. But we didn't get married until '94.
Yeah.
I mean, we graduated from college in '93 and then we married in '94. You know, so we were together for a long time when we got married.
Yeah. Yeah, it went fast, but I knew what I wanted, and I just fell in love with my wife. Like I said, I was saying in my mind that I loved her when I was first talking to her. And maybe that's people say that's weird. How can you have those feelings for her? But I did.
I love it.
But you know what? We went on dates. We did stuff together. We had a blast just being with each other.
Yeah.
You know, and it was neat because when I proposed to her, she said yes. And then I just, from that point, she was my wife. I paid her rent. I sent her money. I was taking care of her all the way. And she was just so amazed I was doing all this. And her friends was like, "Dang, he really loves you. He's doing all this." But and I do, you know, I do love her, and how can you not love Sandy? But anyway, but
Sandy is awesome. I love Sandy.
I did this, and you know, we came home, and the beautiful thing is all that time I was in the army, I was like like 4 or 5 months till I come home to where we could get married. But
Right.
I saved up so much money. It was like you know, we just we went on our honeymoon, you know, where we lived in the state because I only had a week off, so I couldn't really go nowhere. But I mean, we stayed at nice hotels. We went out to eat all the time. I was spending I was spending money. I was going through money like a hot knife through butter. But I had it, and I could do that. I could just spoil my wife with this, and you know, and at that time she was finishing her schooling to get her degree. So I went back, and I was away from my wife for like 4 months. I was coming home every weekend to see her, but It was neat. And I got to my duty station, my first duty station, and they knew I was married, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna bring my wife. And I didn't tell everybody my wife is black. I just didn't even think about that. But when I showed up with my wife, it was like, oh my God, your wife's black. It's like, it wasn't in a bad way. It was just like everybody talked about it. It was like a thing. Like they couldn't believe I was married to a black woman. And I've had this all my life. You don't look like the kind of be married to a black woman type thing. And I'm just like, okay, what's that kind look like? But and it was, but the thing about the Army is I wasn't the only one. I remember I had a squad leader, his wife was black, and it was like, we had something in common. And the strange thing about white men that are married to black women, and we start talking, it's like we almost say the same things about the love we have for our wives, about the how we feel about our wives, the things we love about our wives, and some of the experiences we have is almost like we're the same person. Does that make sense? It's maybe it's strange, but
not strange at all. In
Yeah.
fact, our wedding was paid for by my in-laws.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When I went home with him for Christmas, our sophomore year of high school or college, his dad straight up told him, he's like, yeah, that she's the one. Yeah, it's her. And we're gonna pay for the whole wedding if you decide to marry her. And yeah. And my engagement ring was the ring that his great grandfather gave to his great grandmother, that was passed down, and his mother held on to it. And when he decided to propose to me, his mom insisted that he use that ring.
Wow. That's awesome. You know what, Indiana Mom, this is something that's neat. My grandfather, right? When I came over with my wife, and my parents met my wife long before, but my grandparents and the rest of the family got to meet my wife. And my grandmother was like, my grandparents were excited. Oh my God, our grandson's getting married, right? My grandmother's like, is she a blonde? Is she a blonde? My dad was like, no, she's not a blonde. And he like looked at me and smiled. He says, nah, she's not blonde. Oh, brunette. My dad says, yeah. That was just, and it was like, it was like some of my family members is like a shock, right? But my parents, they knew I was going to marry a black woman when I was a little boy, so it wasn't a shocker to them. And in fact, it would be like if I came in with a white woman, they would freak out because something's wrong, right? It would be like the reverse. Guess who's coming to dinner? If I walked in with the Becky, oh my God, what's wrong with our son? But what was funny is I came in, right? And and we had a thing. Me, my dad, and my grandfather had a talk, and it was like they said, "Well, the name belongs to you." And my dad and my grandfather were like, she's awesome. She'll make a good wife. And my grandfather was like, he was like a charmer, right? He's like, welcome to the family. He, and my grandfather, he told me this, and he was from Tennessee, right? And he said, and he passed away when he was 99 and a half, right? He
Oh,
told
wow.
me, he told me, he says, when I was growing up, he says, I always thought black women were beautiful, but we weren't allowed to talk to them. We could be friends with like black men, work together, be friend, but you couldn't have he said you couldn't date them. That wasn't a thing. But he said, you know what, I always thought they were beautiful. And I don't know if he was just saying that to make me feel comfortable, just to be nice, or maybe he just thought they were beautiful women like I do. I mean, but he said, we couldn't have relationships like you can now. But he's like, yeah, your wife, she'll make a good wife. And it was a pleasant night. I know my grandmother wasn't having it, but oh well, she just had to deal with it. But
when I met my
Mhm.
in-laws initially when we were in college, Tree said his dad took him aside and said, "Son, this is the most perfect woman for you." He was like, you both have everything in common. You like the same things. You like the same music. You're both roller skate. You love motorcycles. He's like, yeah, this is the one. It's her. This is one for you. And my soon-to-be mother-in-law took me aside and said, I've never seen a young woman so perfect for my son. And we still talk. I talk to her all the time. She's like one of my best friends.
You know what? When I hear you say that, I've had such a strong connection to my mother-in-law, and my wife is awesome and beautiful and amazing. And when I got married, it was my mother-in-law. She looked at me. She says, "Welcome to the family." She said, "You know what? We've been waiting for you."
Oh.
She said, me and my daughter, we've been praying for you, and here you are. And she says, "I love you. Welcome to the family, son." And I was like, "Oh my God, she didn't just say that." So
yes, she did.
She got me so emotional with that. I was like tearing up and trying to hold it back, like, "Oh my God, don't say that, please." I just like, you could have gave me a hug and said congratulations, but you had to go into, "We prayed for you and here you are." And I was like, "Oh my God." And you know what? I believe she did. Her and my wife did pray for my wife Sandy to have a good husband, right? And I just, it was a humbling thing because I think about that and I'm like, oh my God, I got to be the best husband ever. I got to do my I always felt like I wasn't good enough. Does that make sense? I always felt like I wasn't good enough for my wife. I still feel that way. She's just amazing. She's just, heck, I never felt I was good enough for black women I dated. I just thought black women were the most beautiful, amazing women on earth. And it's like, I don't deserve this. And when I met my wife,
Stop it.
and when I met my wife, it was like, I really don't deserve her. It was just like, but I was so grateful. And I was just, and I still am. And like I said, if my wife asked me for something, I'd give it to her in a heartbeat. And the thing is my wife knows that. So she'll hide what she wants. She won't let me know what, because she knows she'll get it. But she loves me. She don't want me to put me in a bind to make her happy. But that's the love we have. I mean, and it just, and I look back at this, I said, how did it end up so good? How did I end up being so blessed? And I look at my life, and I didn't make the best decisions at all. I really didn't. When I graduated from high school, barely, I was on the road to nowhere fast. I really was. And till I met my wife, and she turned my life around to where I came out from barely graduating high school. And the only reason I graduated high school is because my dad beat my ass till I got my, you know what I mean? Till I pulled my head out of my, you know what, and barely limped through. But when I married my wife, I was a new person. I was better than I was. My path to nowhere fast went to, a good way. And I was taking college classes because my wife encouraged me. I got my associate's degree, and she's always had my back. And I was actually doing good in school. I was making A's and B's instead of D's and C's, being mediocre. And what turned, and my wife turned my life around. You don't understand. I didn't just marry a great woman that always loved me. She actually changed me. And with that influence. And I went from nowhere to, I'm having college. I have a degree. I'm educated. My dad was like, oh my God, she turned you around. And everybody in my family seen the beauty in my wife. They seen the blessing she was. Even my grandmothers that weren't feeling it fell in love with my wife because they know she turned my life around. They know she was always there. And my kids are educated because my wife was so into education so much. And I got into it so much that, we want our kids to be successful. And my thing is I don't want my kids to just be competitive. I want them to dominate. And I don't mean in a mean way, not taking advantage of them. I just want them to dominate because they're that smart, that intelligent, and they got it together. I just look, black women have been a blessing to me ever since I was 4 years old. And I've said this, I'll say it forever. Ladies, you are more beautiful than you know. You have more value than you'll ever dream of having. And I just think you need to see your value and never settle for nothing less. and I think my wife settled for less with me. I mean, we were at the same economic level, but you know what? She poured that love into me, and I became better than I thought I would be. So, you know, I just that's just my thoughts. I could talk all night about this. You know, and Indiana Mom, I talk to women at work and white women. They say, well, and some of them are curious. Why do you like black women so much? What is it? I mean, they don't mean it in a mean way. They're just kind of curious. Why did I
No,
go
you're right.
take that path? And I said, and when I tell them, when I really break it down and I tell them how I feel, I tell them, I mean, I can make these women cry, and they're like, "Oh my God, that is so beautiful and amazing." Like it's not like at first they might not believe me, but when I really tell how I feel, it's like this woman at work. I had her in tears. She's like, "Oh my God, I wish I was loved that much." She told me that,
Exactly.
and
Exactly. And dude, I've been married to Tree
Mhm.
for almost 30 years. And he built our home. He built our a family business. He he literally killed himself to take care of us. And I I didn't work. I stayed at home and I did like the dishes and the laundry, and I did mom stuff, but I never ever ever worried about bills being paid. I never worried about insurance. I never worried about the pantry having food and being able to cook meals for my kids. I never had to worry about any of that stuff. And when it came time for like our anniversaries or my birthday or whatever, he would go all out to just show me a good time. I have the most amazing husband on the planet. He has spent 34 years busting his ass to build and take care of me and our kids. Period. That has been his whole life goal. I've seen him injured with like he's had a fracture in his knee, but you best believe he still put on his uh uh steel-toed boots and went to work in pain, visibly limping. And I was like, hey, why don't you just take a day off and just let your knee rest? And he was like, no, I can't do that because I have to take care of my family.
Wow.
He's done that many times. We have we have multiple safes. Each level of our house, 3 levels, has gun safes. Big safes that are like 300 plus pounds. Okay. But in our bedroom, he has a little safe that he keeps like all of the titles to the vehicles and so forth in those. And he had like a box. The safe was on the bed, and he had a box sitting on top of the safe. And for some reason, he was trying to pull the box toward him to do something, but the box didn't move. The safe moved, and the safe fell on his foot. And this was like 3 days ago.
Oh no, is he okay?
Yeah, and his big toe on his left foot is like huge. I mean, it is so swollen, it's unreal. It's huge, and I'm like, okay, well, let's tape it up because it's very obviously broken. And I'm like, let's tape it up and blah blah blah. And he's like, nope. He's like, I'm just gonna put on my old pair of, he's got like these steel toe boots that look like cowboy boots. And he's like, those are my most comfortable boots. And he's like, that's what I'm gonna put on. So he just puts on these boots, and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm good. And I'm like, dude, are you serious? You have a broken toe. I mean, literally, when that safe dropped on his foot, it wasn't just like a regular break. A corner piece hit him, and it caused blood. I mean, he was bleeding, and his toe was all jacked up, and I was just like, oh my God. And yeah, all he wanted to do was put on his boots, his steel toe boots, because he was like, yeah, I'm good. And I was like, dude, you're freaking crazy. Even my son, our son he's 25, and our son was like, Dad, can we at least like go to the ER and have you checked? And my husband was like, well, they won't do anything for a broken toe. But my son, being smart, he was like, yeah, but it's torn open, you're bleeding, there's blood. He's like, even if they can't fix the broken part, maybe they can help you with like making sure it doesn't get infected, and they could stop the bleeding. But no, no, not my husband. No. No.
Wow.
Because he's one of those kind of guys. Yeah.
You know what? I'll tell you, my wife is so amazing, and people ask me, how did your marriage last so long, and how did you get through it, and all this stuff? And I just say, too easy. I know my father, back when I got married, he said, son, you have my blessing, but she's your wife now. You got to stand with her. You got to, it's forever. And I told my father, I said, too easy. And
I think the reason that our marriages personally have lasted for so long is because as couples we have a lot in common, and we have a mutual respect and love for each other. We don't like to argue. We don't like to fight. So if there's conflict, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah. I when my wife was in the hospital when she was giving birth to my youngest daughter, this was back in 2001.
Yeah.
And my oldest daughter and my son, they were excited because we're having another baby, and we knew,
of course.
Yeah, we knew it was the little girl because we found out. So they're going to have a sister come,
A baby sister.
a baby sister. So we're all excited, right? Well, my wife, when she gave birth to my daughter, like what was it, like 4 or 5 months early, she was only 3 pounds 7 ounces, right?
Oh my goodness.
Well,
That's tiny.
yeah, it was she was tiny, right? Well,
Oh
what
my
happened
gosh.
is my wife was having so much problems, her blood pressure was going sky high, so they had to take the baby. And I remember I was go in, because I seen my kids be born. Well, my oldest daughter and my son, but my youngest daughter, I didn't get to see her be born. My wife was having so many complications, and I was go, and the doctors came running in, and they got me out of there. I had to go to the waiting room, and I asked the doctor, "Is everything okay?" He told me, he looked at, "Oh, it's not good," and ran in, and I'm like,
oh my god,
oh my god. And her blood pressure was so high, she was going into cardiac arrest, and
I would be freaking out.
I didn't know whether I was going to lose my wife, my new daughter, or both. And I tried to hold it together because my kids are in the waiting room, with our friend, and they're saying, "Hey, Dad, is Mom coming? Is our sister?" And I just the fact that I might lose my wife just was tragic to me, and
right.
I couldn't hold back, and I just broke down. And you don't want to do that in
Wow.
front of little children.
Oh no.
And I lost it, and then my kids freaked out, and they were crying, and oh my God, it was a mess. And I didn't know what was going on. And I remember saying, God, please don't take my wife. I was just like, at that moment, I was like praying to God. I was making promises to God. I was just like, it was such a horrible feeling because I didn't know. And, you know, and before, and what, before she went in, my wife I was sitting in there with her, and you know, before she's going to go, and they were monitoring her blood pressure, and she wasn't feeling good. She just, you know, but she was so worried about me being okay. Are you okay? Are you comfortable? And I mean, I mean, she almost died, literally. And the whole time she was so worried about me. And it's like, oh my God, why would you worry about me going through this? And after that, you know what? And she pulled out of it. And my daughter was healthy too. So it was a double bonus. God blessed. But there's nothing I take for granted from my wife.
I have to
You know?
say that with my pregnancies, they were all pretty healthy.
Yeah.
My son, he was a week overdue, and I was a little. I'm a little chick.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you're overdue, the baby keeps growing. Oh my God, my son was huge. He was 8 pounds. And I was a little chick. And then with my girls, they perfectly healthy pregnancies. My middle girl was 7 pounds, and my baby girl was 7.5 pounds. And there was no complications, there was no problems. I was lucky.
Yeah.
But Tree, every single baby, he cried like a big old baby.
Oh
He
yeah.
really did. He really did. He might not admit it, but he did. And our first child, our son, I had the same gynecologist that actually delivered me.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He was probably 2 years away from retiring, but he actually delivered me, and then he delivered our son. And yeah, when I popped CJ out, our doctor made sure that Tree was right there, and Tree is the one that caught him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And then you know, after all the technical stuff or whatever, the Tree cut his cord, and then like they laid him on my chest, so on and so forth. But when it was time to clean him up, and weigh him and everything. They did everything, and after they weighed him and cleaned him up, they handed him the tree. And I was looking at him, and they handed him this little bundle and said, "Here you go, Dad."
Mm.
And my husband held this little boy, this brand new baby, and he cried.
Mm.
Big old 6'5" big dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And here he is holding this little tiny little baby, this brand new little baby. And he cried because he was like, "Oh my God, this is my son."
Mm-hmm.
And Tree is 6'5", and CJ, surprise, he's 6'5" too.
Wow, how did that happen?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
You know what?
But CJ is his father's son.
Mhm.
He is his father's mini-me. He's just like him.
Yeah.
And they hang out together. They do everything together. They are dudes.
Yeah.
And CJ is 25, but he may as well be that brand new baby boy, because occasionally I see CJ walk in the room, da 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 da, and I see Tree look at him, glance at him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the look that I see my husband have when he just glances at his 25-year-old son, it's like he's seeing that brand new little bundle.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. We need to get to bed. I'm just. Oh gosh. And what have we've been on over 6 hours? I didn't expect this to go this long, but I've enjoyed it. Look. I Look, Indiana Mom, we've been blessed. I mean, we got a lot in common, and you know what? We're not alone. We've opened up our options and got the best result. It's like when people, yeah, but and I tell people, gosh, I don't know how I have it so good. I don't know how I'm so blessed, but I just, but we had the courage to step out. We didn't go with the norm or do what everybody thought we should do. We found true love and who we married. And you know what? We're blessed because of it. Our kids are blessed, grandkids. And, but anyway, Alexander, what's going on, brother? You've been,
No, none. I was just listening.
yeah, we're kind of giving our life story. I tell you, I can't explain how I got it so good. I can't explain how my wife's so amazing. I'm just blessed. But you know what? I prayed for my wife. I prayed to have what I have. And I just been blessed. I need to get some rest, or I'll start talking till we'll be on. It won't just be 6 hours. It'll be 16 hours, 20 hours. I think my record is 11-hour live stream. I think that's my longest. That was crazy when we did that. I know, Indiana Mom, you remember those long live streams we did back in the day where we'd talk all night? We'd have panels and it would just go on and on and on and on. But it was fun, though. It was addicting. Like, we just would keep going on and on. And, yeah. But I do enjoy this. I do enjoy talking to you guys. And Indiana Mom, I love your stories. And and it's amazing how we got so much in common, living on different parts of the country. And, yeah. But I got to get some bed or I'm going to get delirious. And when I keep talking, after a while, you won't understand what I'm saying. I'll be, oh.
Right?
Yeah. But next Saturday night, I don't know what I might talk about. Gosh, I got some ideas. But I got a week to think about this. Maybe I'll put a poll out there and see what people want me to talk about. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about biracial kids and the dynamic there, or I don't know. Or maybe we'll talk about how to level up strategically, how we can meet each other, i.e. black women, white men, not me. I already lived my life, but the younger people, I just want people to know that you can be blessed with someone that don't look like you, and you can have so much in common. Me and my wife are like the same person, really are. We have so much in common. It's like we like the same things. It's like we're just meant to be together. It just, your son and husband are both 6'5". I'm 5'8" and 3/4. My son is like 6'1", but the men in my family are big. I'm little though. I think that babysitter won my heart when she called me big guy and gave me candy, because when I was little, but my mom's only 5 feet, so she was little and cute. So I was too when I was a baby. So it's just. When I grew up, not so much.
It's like a male gene or something, because the tree is 6'5". I'm like, I'm like 5'5" ish.
Yeah.
And CJ is 6'5", like his dad. They're the same height, and our daughters are little.
Yeah. Well, my daughters are little too. I mean, they're like 5'6". My son's 6'1". He's a big guy though. He's not he um he's also solid. I mean, he's got like a wider frame than I do. He's like I mean, he looks like me, but he's like so much better than me that way physically. I just
CJ is he's 6'5", and he's built like uh, I would say he's built like a baseball player. You know what I mean? Like the tall, but he's slim but muscular. It's all muscle. You know what I mean? But my girls, yeah, they're taller than me. But we're all the same size. Me and my daughters, we could wear each other's clothes, no problem.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we're the same size. And then Tree and CJ, they're like Neanderthals. They're like giants in the house.
Giants.
They are.
Yeah.
Because everybody, even my daughter-in-law is 5 foot, maybe 5'5". So she's not very big either. Yeah, so all the women we're all little, and the guys are like giants, and they eat like horses. I'm just gonna put it out there. They eat like horses. Like if we were to order pizza delivered to the house, we would have to have like 5 pizzas delivered, because Tree and CJ would eat 2 whole pizzas by themselves.
Yeah.
And us girls would have the 5th one between ourselves.
Yeah. Hey, I seen this. Do you think I should have a show on dating black women who has kids? I think that would be a good topic, because do you want to go with that? I would like to talk about that, because see, I don't want to vilify women that have kids, because I think that's unfair. But there are many black women that are single mothers that would make great wives. I'm serious. I know black women that are single mothers, and they would love to be married and have a family, and they're into that. They just had a bad relationship with a guy that wasn't right for them. I mean, I would love to talk about that. And
the thing is, black women who have children, they don't, I don't think they feel like they deserve to be pampered and loved, and so on and so forth. And I hear that a lot from black men, that black women that have kids, they're called single baby mamas.
Yeah, but
and
yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's horrible.
But here's the thing. I mean, you know, if they want to open up their option, who cares what a black man says? Whatever. I
Thank
mean,
you.
I mean, I mean, if she finds love, who cares what other people say? I just think there's a beautiful blessing that's out there that we just assume because she's a single mother, she was messing around or just no, she's just being human. She fell in love with
But
some dude that didn't do the right thing. That's most of the stories, really.
but
I
the problem is that the average black woman that has children,
okay.
um, they they're in that mindset of
Okay.
no one wants me
Yeah,
because they listen to black men.
okay, but I mean at some point they got to stop listening to them and just move forward. I mean, I get it. There's going to be some issues. I'm not saying you step in and marry a single mother and it's going to be a cakewalk. No, it's not. There's going to be some self-esteem issues. Um, but
Right.
if you really love that woman, you can work through that. You can make her feel beautiful and loved and it can work.
Absolutely.
It's not going to be a walk in the park, of course not. And then if she has a child, that child's got to accept you too. I mean, I guess it's not the easiest thing. But yeah, these women, a lot of them, you're right. They got self-esteem issues. They've been beaten down because they're single
Absolutely.
mothers.
Yes.
And then some of them feel they don't and if you're a good man, some of them might feel they don't deserve you. And that's not the case. You're going to have to work through that stuff, but we can talk about it. I think that would be a good topic. And I would love to have a panel of women that are single mothers. If they have the
Oh,
courage.
that would be great.
Yeah, if they have
That
the
would be
courage to come up
awesome.
and talk.
Yes.
And they don't have to cam up. They could just do an avatar and tell us your experience.
Sure.
This would be a learning thing. I think I'm going to go with this topic. I think this is a good topic because
I would hang in the chat and shut up.
I think that this would be a good topic.
Yeah, it would be great.
And look, everybody deserves love. Look, I'm not down with beating down single mothers because who makes women single mothers, man?
Yes.
So we're not beating them down for being deadbeats, are we? I'm just saying. We kind of give it, they kind of get a pass, right?
They sure do.
It would be
Oh
nice.
my God, this would be awesome. Yes.
Yeah, we'll do it next Saturday. We'll work on. We'll talk about black women that are single mothers, dating black women that are single mothers, interracially, and how we can. Because look, I've known some white men that have married black women that have kids that are single mothers, and they seem happy. They've even adopted her kids, and they found a blessing in that. And it's like, I mean, it can be a beautiful thing. The woman gets a husband, her children gets a father, even though it's not her biological.
That doesn't matter.
Hers are his biological father. It's still a father, You still
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it can work. I've seen it work, and it can be a beautiful thing. you know. But yeah, we'll talk about that. Let me go ahead and close this out.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Do you have anything you want to say before we go, Indiana Mom, real quick?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
all right.
And look, I just want everyone to have a wonderful weekend.
Okay. Yeah, I do too, and you too, young lady, Indiana
Thank
Mom.
you. And Brent, much love to you. Tell Sandy I said hello. Give her a big hug for me.
Oh, that's too easy. She'll get a bunch of big hugs.
Oh, I love Sandy.
That's
Sandy is my sister. And I really want another like ladies' night with Sandy because that was so much fun. It was so much fun.
Oh, yeah. You know what? We need to. She told me she wants to do another one, but I gotta think of a topic.
Oh, topic. Let's see. First dates.
First dates?
Yes.
Okay.
How we met, how we were attracted, so on and so forth, and our first date, and how much fun we had, and what we did, and oh my god, that would be so much fun.
Okay. Yeah, we can set that up. I'll talk to my wife. We'll set that up. But Saturday we'll talk about Black women, single mothers, dating them, and I would love to hear from single mothers. I would, just as a learning thing, how you date men and you have children. Do you not let the men meet your children till you know he's right? There's many questions I have. And I think that would be a good thing. Like you could let men know that might be interested in a woman that has that's a single mother, how they would approach her, how they would be respectful and show love. And we can I mean this
because I have no idea about any of that stuff because I mean I've been with Tree for almost 35 years. And
you don't know.
And all of our kids, my kids are his kids, you know?
Yeah, I know.
I'm in the same space as you.
Yeah,
we don't have any idea.
But you know what?
So I'm curious to find out what it's like.
Yeah, and two, it would be a good show for people that are thinking about dating. And is it okay if she has a child? I mean, some men it's like, no, that's a no-go, and they can do that, but some men are like, well, if he really loves her, it don't matter.
But I mean, I have a cousin that has kids and she dates, and she's really paranoid about introducing the guys that she dates to her kids if they're serious, because she's like, are they gonna is he gonna abuse them? Is he gonna take advantage of my kids and so on? And I can't relate to that.
Yeah, well, she's being a protective mother. And then not just that, let's say he's a good man, they're going to worry about the kids getting attached to that guy because they might see him as like a father, and then the relationship don't work out, then the kids are heartbroken. Not just so there's that element there too. You know, women, they're going to be protective of their children. They should be. Um, when a man comes into your household, whether you know you move into his house, but it's still a new dynamic. It's a new
Right.
family setting, and you got to make sure. And look, women are going to be cautious because they don't want their kids abused. Of course, they don't want their kids to get attached and the relationship don't work. That can be hurtful and damaging. Um, we're old. Everybody has kids. Yeah, in today's world, it's not an uncommon thing, and that's a
Right.
good topic because a lot of people have kids that aren't married. It's that's the world we live in, and that's the world we got to deal with. And nobody should live alone because they had a child out of wedlock because they thought they had a relationship that didn't work. I mean, I'm just saying we
And
shouldn't.
then there's the dynamic of a couple of cousins that I have that
Okay.
have like adult kids.
Yeah.
Their kids are grown, but they're now ready to start dating, and their kids don't necessarily get along with the guy they're dating, even
Yeah.
though they're adults, you know. So I mean, all
Yeah.
different dynamics. It's all over the place.
Yeah, let me close this down because we're going to talk all night. Like, I just we'll save this for the show because there's so many dynamics we can go into. Um, you know, but I would love to, have women come up that are single mothers and give us your perspective. What do you
Right.
expect in the man? How does he even get to know who your kids are until it's serious? Or how do you handle that?
Right.
Um, you know, and how do you bring a man in that's going to be your husband with your kids, and how do you bring that family together? And what does he need to do to make this happen also? I mean, there's so many things we can go into, and this will be a learning thing for me, for
Right.
you, and young people that are dating, because you're going to run in, if you're in the dating world, guys, you're going to run into women that have children. They're all over. It's not uncommon. Okay. And how do you deal with that? And this can go both sides, but I would love to have that discussion. I think it could be a teachable moment. I think we could learn something. And
Right.
I don't want it to be a show of degrading. No, I don't want to say anybody coming up, well, you could have waited. I don't want to do that. I don't think we'll have no disrespect. People are pretty awesome around here. But
Right.
I do want to have that discussion. I really do. And the ladies' night with Sandy, we'll set that up.
Yay!
Yeah, I think that'll be fun. I'll sit in the background and monitor the chat while you guys have your ladies' night.
Well, if you remember the last ladies' night when I jumped in near the end, and I asked I asked Tree about motorcycles or whatever, and he started babbling, and I was like, oh, here we go. Oh God.
Yeah, most definitely, TY Nicole. I'll add you to the panel, of course.
It was so funny.
When we go live, yeah, that was a great show. When we go live next Saturday, I'll have an open panel, and we can have, how many can StreamYard do? I think I had 12 one time. We could have a lot of people.
Okay.
And we might have to rotate people out and keep it limited to the talking time. But we'll work it as we go. show my wife how to, put videos up and do that thing.
Right. Oh my God, that would be cool.
But if we do a ladies' night, I really want a panel because I don't want my wife to be kind of left alone where she's talking the whole time.
Right. Right.
It's just I can do that. I can talk forever, but
Oh, dude, if you do a ladies' night panel for Sandy, count me in. I will be on it.
Of course, yeah. All right, well, we'll do it. We'll Saturday night we'll talk about dating single mothers, black women that are single mothers, and how do we we'll make that a topic, and we'll talk about the family dynamic, the kids, the new father, how this comes together, and how to be cautious when you do this because you're bringing someone new into the family. Okay, you might love him, but your kids might not. I'm just saying.
True.
Or your kids might fall in love with him. You might say, "Oh, this guy's a dud." Hey, things happen.
Right.
I mean, so many things. But anyway, hey, Alexander, do you want to say something before I shut down, brother?
Okay, I'm going to say good night to everyone. Love and light. And everyone have a wonderful weekend.
You too, Indiana mom. And I'll talk to you soon.
I want to say this was a fun panel, and I'm hoping I'll be it's great talking to you, and I'll see you on Saturday. I gotta go to sleep because I got a lot to do tomorrow, and I have a live scheduled. Calling out black men's entitlement, and
okay,
yeah.
All right, Alexander, sounds good, brother. Thanks for coming up. It's good talking to you, and get some rest. I know I need to. I'm going to bed here right now. But anyway, thanks for coming on.
No problem.
All right, I'll talk to you later. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining me on this long show. 6 hours and 36 minutes. Wow. Okay, but I enjoyed it. Look, I could do this all night, and I don't know. I like to talk. That's my problem. But maybe that's my blessing. But anyway, thank you for coming on, Indiana Mom, Shelly, Diamond, Alexander, Indiana Mom, everybody that came on tonight. Thank you so much. I had fun. I hope that I put some things in perspective, and the funny slides I show is real life people. Okay, that Faker Jack Joker's a real guy. He's a deceiver. The Dusty Dickens dictator. That's real men that actually act that way. That actually, there's guys out there that exploit black women like that for their own benefit. And look, interracial dating is a beautiful thing. Interracial marriages, okay? Black women, white men, you have a blessing. You come together, but you got to be cautious too. Okay, you don't want to get with the wrong person. So that was my whole point tonight, to talk about that. Next week we'll talk about dating and marrying single mothers, interracially, and we'll go into I think we'll have a fun time with the discussion. A lot can be learned, and I'm more than willing to learn about this. And ladies, If you're a single mother, come up and talk to me. Or if you're married and you were a single mother before, that will be good too. I'd love to hear from you. And that would be a neat thing if you're, married, but you were a single mother, or you might have been married before, but you're in a new marriage with your child or children. How did you get this together? How did that work out? This can be a learning thing for single mothers out there that are looking to be in a relationship, how to do it safely, how to protect yourself and your children. This would be something that really we should talk about, I think. But anyway, guys, I got to get to bed. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I love you guys, and I'll see you next Saturday. We'll do the show, and then Tuesday, if you're interested in joining me in a prayer meeting, I'll be doing that Tuesday night. But anyway, guys, have a good night. God bless you and your families, and I'll see you soon.